Hello. So there's a new week approaching, and this is a week that has got some very, very strong and decisive aspects taking place, in particular, right at the start. I'm talking about the week starting Monday, the 14th of October, taking us right the way through to Sunday, the 21st of October. Now, before I get going, I just want to apologize. I'm recording this on Saturday morning, and I've got my house is full. My children are sort of fertling around. My husband's doing DIY and different bits and bats. So I might get a little bit of disturbance, but hopefully it won't ruin this video. This week, when I look at all of the aspects taking place this week, what really comes to mind is the polarity. And of course, we might get that because we've got a full moon this week. I really see on the one hand that there appears to be a war of fears going on. You know, there's lots of anxiety inducing moments, that are just obvious to see. You know, if you turn the news on, if you're looking at anything online, there's just so much doom and gloom. But what I really sense behind it is this feeling of uncertainty. And of course, you know, if we're not certain about things, then fears can come up very, very easily. It's the kind of things that play on our unconscious mind, our subconscious mind. You know, it's absolutely, playing into the unknowns and the fear side of the unknowns. Like, what will, you know, if this happens, how are we going to survive? What, you know, and all the kinds of thinking that goes around there. At the same time, though, I'm also quite positive because I realize that there is something much bigger afoot. You know, I'm really seeing a return of beauty. And by that, I'm not talking sort of beauty queens and pageants and things like that, but really the sense of a life that is beautiful, you know, a life that has beauty in it, the grace, the serenity, the peace that comes from really knowing yourself. And of course, they are absolutely on opposing sides. You know, if I was to like draw a line, a spectrum of being at peace, like not being at peace would absolutely be having fears playing out in your mind and having the unknown take up such a big part of your mind that you can't get peaceful. So it's with this fear versus a beautiful life kind of focus that I'm delivering these forecasts. So in the first part of this forecast, I'm going to be looking at the moon specifically, and it's in her positions as she moves through the zodiac. In this particular week, she's going to be going from the sign of Pisces right the way through to Gemini. And I'll also be talking about the day by day forecast, you know, like looking at exactly what's happening every single day. And with that, I'll be talking about the exact aspects as they occur. So like I said, right at the start, the 14th, Monday, the 14th is a particularly strong day where the sun is making 3 aspects to other planets. And Venus is also making an exact aspect to another planet. And the moon's just making 1. I mean, this is kind of interesting because you know, we might have 1 sun aspect in a week quite often, you know, and now we've got 3 in one day and also a Venus one. So this is really quite strong. I mean, it's really strong and bears some unpacking. So the day by day one, I'm going to be looking at the exact movements, but I will also be looking at a particular chart of the day of the full moon, Thursday the 17th. That's our other really, really busy day. On that day, you know, the moon is making a phenomenal amount of connections. And then also we've got Venus going into Sagittarius. So there's a lot going on that day as well. But, you know, all of these aspects that are exactly happening on particular days, it's worth bearing in mind that it doesn't just start on that day and end on that day. You know, the planets are still moving closer together before they become exact. And when they're, you know, not that far away from each other, you know, we consider that an applying conjunction or an applying aspect. And then they start to separate, but they're still quite close to each other. And of course, beyond that point, we don't talk about it. So, you know, we have planets moving in and out of aspects throughout the whole week. So, you know, there's a lot of big stuff going on, I guess. You know, and I realize I've been saying this pretty much all year this has just been a really intense year in terms of the amount of connections between the planets, as to usual, and I really put that down to the fact that, right now we've got Uranus, Neptune and Pluto all within a few degrees of each other in different signs, so if the sun is making an aspect to Uranus, it will also be making an aspect to Neptune and Pluto, and so on and so forth. So lots of really big stuff going on. At the end of this video, I'm going to be looking at a sign by sign forecast. So, if you've got your sun in the sign of Pisces, or if you've got your ascendant in the sign of Pisces, or your moon in the sign of Pisces, or any other sign, there will be a forecast for you. And like I said, you can listen to it for your ascendant, your sun, or your moon. I do think that when you listen to it from the perspective of your ascendant, you're getting more of an overview of the architecture of your life. I'll be talking specifically about like how things are fitting in together. In terms of the sun, the real message to take away is, how are you expressing yourself in this week ahead? How is your ego behaving? Do you feel recognized? Do you feel like you're living your purpose? And then in particular with the moon, I really think that this is your spiritual guide for the week ahead. It's very much talking about your emotions, but also your psyche and your the more I guess it's the softer side, the less visible, the more invisible side. You have to excuse me as I go through this. I've got a bit of a sore throat, and yeah, might get a bit. We call it a frog in your throat. I don't know if anyone else other than just Brits say that. I've got a frog in my throat at the moment, but anyway. If you're new to this channel, my name's Louisa Tanner Munson, and this is Feel Good Astrology. The whole purpose of this is to, I think, look at astrology and see, okay, there's the, like the realism of these aspects, and they can be taken very negatively. And, I do recognize when I see maybe like the sun in a square to Mars, I'm like, ooh, but, or in particular, the sun in an opposition to Chiron, and I'm like, ouch. But there's also a really good side to all of these. They are all awakening us in different ways. And so the whole purpose of these forecasts is to give you a different narrative, so that you don't have to feel like you're battling the planets. It's not you against the planets. They're here as a guide. This is just a blueprint to help you plan. And you don't have to accept the ideas of your birth chart necessarily. One thing I'm very passionate about is helping people see beyond the fear that they've developed, because of their charts. So, for instance, I remember years ago getting a book about moon signs. My moon's in the sign of Pisces, and this book, it was written like 40 years ago or something, and this book basically said, that people with moon in Pisces are kind of mental, really. They've got mental illness. They're too sensitive. They can't cut it in the world. They're this, that, and the other. And, and they're all alcoholics. And sure, some of these themes may have shown up for me, but I really do think that there is a gift in every particular position. And, we could be fearful of them, and there's enough material out there to create the fear. But wouldn't it be more interesting to find out what's at the root of that fear and how you can turn that around? And that's really my purpose here. So let's bring up the slides I'm going to work from and talk about the moon flow in this week ahead. We are in a waxing gibbous moon phase, going into the full moon phase, and then after the waning gibbous phase. So we're touching on 3 different phases here in this week ahead. So like I said, we start with the moon in Pisces. So it's my moon on the 14th. So, as we're coming into this week, the moon is still growing because it's growing until it gets to the full moon position. We've got the full moon on the 17th. So we're in a growth pattern. There are things growing, things building. It feels like there's a lot of potential coming forwards. But, at the start of the week with the moon in Pisces, it often makes people feel a little bit more, I think the word I want to use is kittenish, a little bit vulnerable, not quite sure, a little bit overwhelmed. Can sometimes happen, when the moon is in Pisces, because we're a lot more sensitive. We're picking up on a lot more things during that particular moon phase, or that moon sign. And then on Tuesday the 15th, just before the full moon comes in, a couple of days before the full moon, we're getting that sort of moon in Aries energy, where we're wanting to be quite independent and to do things on our own, to take action, to not be half asleep, which is more of a moon in Pisces thing. We are kind of hard on ourselves during this time. We really do challenge ourselves so much more. And then on the 17th, we've got the full moon, and the moon will be in the sign right at the end of Aries at 24 degrees, in opposition to the sun at 24 degrees Libra. And then thereafter, the moon will go into the waning gibbous phase, so the moon will start to minimize. What I really see here is, we're building up our emotional energy throughout this week, and then around Thursday the 17th, I would say like Thursday the 16th to Friday the 18th, it's so full. We've built up a lot of tension and pressure, often around the time of the full moon. And I don't know if it's the same for you. Maybe it is. Maybe you monitor that. But I recognize that I feel almost irritated, because there's so many different things. I've got so many different voices or ideas in my head coming up. Must do this, must do that, blah, 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 blah. Must not forget, all this feeling that there's too much, and almost like I cannot fully contemplate it. I can't bite it down. I can't chew it. I can't process it. It's like too much information. And, for a lot of people, it'd be too much emotions or too much intuition. And it's more than we can cope with. Now, it's great if you're trying to build support, or you're trying to build great things that feel like fun. Like if you're building a business, if you're doing a launch date, then these kinds of waning gibbous moons are really, really quite helpful. So if you are wanting to launch something, get it in before Thursday the 17th, like Wednesday the 16th. I would say the 15th and the 16th are actually quite manifestatory days. And I'll talk about that sort of specifically in a second, but they're very, very creative. So we're building something and taking ownership for it with the moon in Aries. And then we've got the full moon, and there will be a separate video about the full moon coming next week. But then later on in that day, the moon will go into the sign of Taurus, and then we're starting to calm down. It's like things have got really high. We've turned the volume right up. And then from Thursday, and we don't feel it straight away after. So sometimes people are still kind of like a bit shocked and overwhelmed, the day after the full moon, but we are slowly turning that volume down. Now, when the moon goes into Taurus, we're coming more into a practical phase. And it's time to take stock of the journey that we've been on so far. You might want to review what you were getting your knickers in a twist about on the 16th and 17th, what was like being whipped up into a frenzy, and how you can kind of take stock of it, understand it, start to process it. So I was saying before the full moon, I feel like there's too much, I can't process it. Here with this practical moon in Taurus, we're able to kind of chunk it down, like bite-sized chunks. Just approach a little bit of it at a time. Don't try and rush anything. So, it's really quite helpful. And then as we're coming into Saturday the 19th, the moon will go into the sign of Gemini, and will end the week, with the moon in Gemini. Now, although the moon is waning, so it's starting to get smaller and smaller, it hasn't really got that much smaller by, Sunday the 20th. So I guess what I'm saying is we are coming back into a quieter phase. It is time to think about what you want to tidy up and neaten up and get control of. Things might have blown out of control in this week. And so by the end of the week, you're just starting to wind it all back in. I always think with this winding back in, with waning, it's really time to consider what we're going to let go of, to go into trust, to recognize you can't do everything in one go. And it's much better to pace yourself and to focus on probably the difficult things first. So I really do see it as a tidying up of energies. Anyway, let's have a look at this on a day-by-day basis. And like I said right at the start, my focus here is on the war of fears versus the return of beauty. So there's lots going on to overwhelm us. Like I said, leading up to the full moon, that's definitely what's going on. But this does bring up new perspectives which are forming, and they will be giving us a greater level of connections and nourishment. In fact, I'm going to be talking later about the position of Venus. Venus is going to change signs later on this week. And if you listen to the 3 monthly forecast, the one from the equinox in September, I actually spoke quite a bit about Venus and Mercury in this coming 3 month period. Venus and Mercury, and the Sun, they're all going to make the same aspects to Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. And Venus is kind of a little bit ahead of it. Venus is going in there first to have these energies. And so what I'm seeing is we're coming into this like decision about love and connection. So that is starting this week. So in this reading, I am going to be looking at where are your fears right now. And by fears, I think we're talking about vulnerabilities. And then where is beauty trying to return to you? So I'll be looking specifically at Venus to see where she's showing up and what she's pointing to. So on Monday, the 14th, then, this is where I see a lot of overwhelm occurring. So we've got the Sun in an opposition to Chiron. It's also trine Jupiter, which will speed up the energies of the Sun and create maybe an over-optimism. And it's also square Mars. So essentially what we've got is a T-square between the Sun and Chiron. Both of them are in a square to Mars. And then Jupiter is supporting things, making them accelerate, maybe. The Sun in an opposition to Chiron, like Chiron is our vulnerability and our wounds, and also the mastery that comes once we've got a grip on them. So if you're somebody who's already looked at your wounds quite a bit and understand what makes you feel vulnerable, you might get a memory or a reminder of your vulnerabilities, but you might already have these beautiful coping mechanisms in place, or a new behavior that you're installing and practicing, whereby you recognize the trigger, you recognize the feeling in your body, and you think, oh, I'm here again. Okay, what did I say I was going to do? Oh yeah, let's do that. And then you review it. So that could actually be quite helpful. But the Sun is very much about our identity, and it's how we identify ourselves. So there is something very strong going on in respect of it's like a threat and a vulnerability to our identity. In particular, because Chiron is in the sign of Aries, and back in 2017, 2018, I wrote a series of blog pieces, but one in particular about identity issues and how they were going to be the main theme whilst Chiron was going through Aries. That there is this, the wound of not knowing who you are, and then the wound of seeing a part of you being attacked, and personalizing it, so somebody might say, I don't really like direct people. And you could really take offense to it because you consider yourself to be direct. In fact, it's one of those things that you consider to be one of your greatest qualities. But like Chiron in Aries is absolutely looking to be offended. And I think it's fair to say we are living in the times of high level offense right now. Lots of people are overly aware about identity issues, I think. Because if we were to take off a lot of these layers and labels, you would just find that you're just dealing with another person. But it's when we say, oh, this is me, I'm this. This is who I am. This is why I am. And all of these sort of strong like ideas, you're putting another label on yourself, and another one and another one. And yeah, I understand at some level that we all have labels. If I spoke to somebody, introduced myself, I might say, hi, I'm a mum, a mum of 3, a wife of 1. I work as an astrologer and a coach. And I've got a YouTube channel, and I'm British. and I'm, in this particular age range, and I've got red hair, and, so I could identify myself in lots of different ways. But of course, the moment you're identifying yourself with your country or your level of education or what you do, even your job, that might confer so much more information. And, all of these bits of information, on the one hand, they can open up the conversation so that people can find similarity, but it can also signal where we're separate from each other, and, like if you're identifying where you're from, you're kind of separating somebody from, like, yourself from somebody in terms of where you are right now. And so, the sun in opposition to Chiron, I think, is where our identity is causing a separation and pain. So that's why I've said, we're feeling sore. There's too much to process, overwhelm and division, in particular. So these two are in opposition, and, you might even find that the pain for you is being your label, like feeling like, you have to have that label, but even if you didn't, just being who you are is difficult. And then the square to Mars just emphasizes it. I was talking about Chiron and Mars being in a square last week, and how, that there's this feeling of wanting to take action about something we're vulnerable about, but the frustration in doing it right. And of course, the sun in a square to Mars also signals a lot of frustration in terms of what you're trying to express, in particular about yourself and how it's received. And so, I see this as, the puzzle of who we are and what we are about, causing so much conflict right now. And, if we could meet everybody without wanting to know their labels, without needing to know their labels, we would be most likely so much more able to get on with each other. I was quite determined not to mention any politics, but I have to say, up until about 4 years ago, around the time of the COVID phenomenon, I had no idea about any of my clients' politics at all, because it wasn't interesting. It just wasn't necessary to know how somebody feels about every single aspect of their life, and I definitely didn't know about people's ideas about healthcare and how they manage their health, what they think is right for them and what they don't think is right for them. It just never came into the conversation. People wanted to have consultations to learn more about themselves, not to understand how different they are from everyone else. And literally within about a month or two, it was communicated to me by my clients. They were all communicating, I'm very much for vaccines. I'm really not for vaccines. And the strength and the necessity to always kind of signal where we are. And I really see that as a root of the sort of dissemblance that's been happening. I guess a semblance, maybe we were an assembly of people, maybe we were a lot more connected before we realized we needed to be against each other because of a decision. But in that short space of time, all of a sudden I noticed people were announcing their politics and announcing their healthcare choices. This is big. These are really, really big subjects. And I see that whatever is separating you right now is likely to come up. And so, for instance, if it's political, if you've got political things going on, you're going to be noticing the true cost of the conflict. And I really do see that, when you see that somebody is, has a different viewpoint from you, if you're judging that viewpoint, oh, you are this, therefore that must mean this, you're wrong. You don't know that. I don't know that. You don't know that. You might be right, but you might not get like the full, if you're making summary decisions about people based on like one bit of information, you're missing the whole picture. And this is, I think, what is the real story coming up on Monday. And of course, because the sun moves like 1 degree a day, it's exactly in this this opposition with Chiron on Monday, but it's still got another 7-8 days, like 7 days maybe, to fully pass away from that opposition. So this is actually going on all week. You know, we're feeling the opposition, we're feeling the fear of people who maybe have labels that mean you're meant to fear them, or to be annoyed at them, or to hate them in some respect. I've seen lots of hateful things on social media, you know, blanket decisions about people because of something that they either do in terms of their healthcare, or how they want to vote, or, you know, whether they're for Ukraine or not. You know, and because something seems so straightforward to you, and you feel so, this is obviously the right thing, you know, by default, you're making everyone that doesn't believe that to be wrong. And so this is a really huge thing. Now, on a personal level, this could, you know, this could be affecting how things are in terms of your family and friends and your neighborhoods. You know, that not everyone's going to agree. And we're going through a lot of change and turmoil right now. So if you feel yourself getting triggered, like, see that, and ask yourself underneath, what does this remind me of? Because I think a lot of these reactions are coming up from past pain. You know, I don't think anything can kind of hijack you in terms of your thoughts and feelings. Like, you know, I said, I noticed a big change in the terms of my clients and their preoccupation with labels about 4 years ago at the time of the pandemic. And there were some that didn't react and never felt they needed to tell me anything. And they were people who I think probably didn't go through an initial trauma of being made wrong about something or made right about something. You know, like, they maybe didn't go through a huge, you know, like, they didn't feel like they'd been punished. They didn't feel like they needed to hide or disparage other people, you know, so that maybe they'd grown up in a way that was not very competitive. But, you know, for anyone who's gone through a loss of face because of, you know, and a punishment for being who you are, anyone who's gone through bullying, anyone who's been a bully and also been bullied, you know, all of these different life things, I think they set a predisposition to be triggered with these big events like COVID, or like the US elections, or all this stuff. It's not just happening now. This has been in you for a long time. And so if you can recognize where some of these triggers are coming from, you can recognize that there's a younger version of yourself that got badly punished for something, got really told off, or got really alienated for, you know, making the choice that wasn't quite right, and needing to live with the consequences of it. So this is huge. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say here is, we don't have to fall out, even though it feels like there's such a strong emphasis on falling out right now. Falling out is not going to help bring about, you know, the return of beauty. All it's going to do is stoke us more into a fear, like a war of fear, like fearing the other, and it's going to create more othering. Absolutely more othering. Even, you know, I'm not saying you have to like people that you don't like, absolutely not. And I'm not saying you have to do anything. This is just, I'm sort of interpreting the planetary sort of energies and kind of like leading you through the week on this. These are very, very sore moments, you know, and if you can work on the personal side of it, I think that's great, because what does concern me a little bit is what is going to be communicated in the news. Be very cautious when you're listening to news that is stoking division in any way, shape or form, because Venus is also in an opposition to Uranus. So Venus is the planet of relating, like absolutely relating to others. And she's in an opposition to Uranus. So Uranus is a shocker. It awakens you. Uranus breaks things down. So, you know, like Uranus and Venus can create exciting relationships, but can also create breaks in relationships. So, you know, I really see that there's these energies here ready to get upset about the other, and then to say, I'm done with this, I'm out. And of course, the moon, meanwhile, makes a conjunction to Saturn, and moon in a conjunction with Saturn is quite depressed, very deadpan, very cold. I don't mean like if you've got moon in a conjunction with Saturn, there are some lovely sides to it as well. But, with this kind of planetary weather going on in the background, you could be making some very cold decisions about others and separating from them. Or you might be on the receiving end of this. Like you might be like having you notice people around you having these massive reactions and then coldly cutting you off. So I think Monday the 14th, we absolutely have to be on our most vigilant we have to be really aware of what's going on and where we're getting our information from. And even when we do get information to say these people over here are wrong and they're dangerous and you mustn't do this because if you do, you're it's a whole list of ideas. Be very cautious as to what is feeding you, because you could make a big decision and cause an irreparable, and obviously I don't think anything's ever irreparable, but you could be really destroying something that actually is just based on your hurts, their hurts, and the times that we're in are amplifying them and making them irreconcilable, sorry. But it doesn't necessarily have to be that. With awareness, all of this can be looked at and examined. So yeah, it does feel like too much. Yes, there is some overwhelm and division is there if you want it. You don't have to go very far for it. But there's also the feeling sore, and it's the soreness that might, make you say, right, that's it. I'm done with you. So let's just park that for a minute, because Tuesday the 15th, Wednesday the 16th, things are starting to move. And so, there is this underlying soreness, overwhelm and division. But Tuesday and Wednesday, the aspects coming in are much lighter, much faster, much clearer. And there is also a feeling of unconditional love, and connecting to a truth. And I also think the power of prayer. Now, if you don't like the word prayer, you could substitute it for the power of meditation or the power of intention, the power of focusing on something that is nourishing and beautiful, like focus on uplift. Venus, like I said, she's in the opposition to Uranus, and she's going to be in a trine to Neptune, and she is also going to be in a sextile to Pluto. These two are very helpful. This is a bit more shocking. But so on Tuesday the 15th then, so we've got the moon in a square to Jupiter. That can make us a little bit bolshy, a little bit over optimistic, and a little bit irritated, like we need to keep moving. Then the moon is in a trine to Mars, so we are moving, we are doing something. We're in the moon is in a sextile to Uranus, so there is this feeling of kind of spontaneity and being open to be surprised and delighted by kind of little things that happen. When we make a decision about things, all of a sudden we get all these little clues from life coming in to show us the way. Then the moon is in a trine to Venus. Then the moon is in a conjunction to Neptune. Now this can really open up the creative mind. In fact, all three of all of these, I think, and these can be very, very creative. They put us in a very creative mindset and actually create a sense of possibility, but also they create a mindset of what if, so things aren't closed down. Things are expanded upon, which is very different to this, which is this: I've got this problem, I feel sore, I feel overwhelmed, I'm really tired, I'm done with this. And then the next day, there's this feeling of, so what I would say is don't make any hard and fast decisions, because what is underneath is stirrable. It's like there are people outside of us, stirring these big situations into being. And then we're getting stirred up with them. And, if we can keep our cool on Monday, the level of creativity and then the desire with the moon going into Aries, I think, could actually stimulate the kind of scenarios or solutions that you might need to sort these out. So I really think if you can avoid taking drastic action whereby you're shutting the door on something, especially something that you've put a lot of love and attention to, or, if they're family members, who it would be so much easier if you could all just get on. They might not be the right people for you. They might not be part of your tribe, but do you have to shut the door on them? Now, obviously, I do hear from people who write these very, they share a lot of things of abuse and this, that, and the other. And of course, you have to do what's right for you. I'm not saying keep things open if you're being abused by people, but I guess what I'm saying, and this is I'm speaking to the many rather than specific people, if you can keep your doors open on Monday and just see, okay, I'm not in a resourceful state to make a final decision about something, then on Tuesday, this is really creative energy that has a what if. So it might be that you come up with a whole bunch of what ifs, and those what ifs are the things that actually help you resolve something. And it might not be resolved on Tuesday or Wednesday or even the following week, but what if you could hold the possibility that it could resolve at some point, that you could understand each other more, so I think Tuesday is really quite powerful and should not be overlooked. Similarly, Wednesday the 16th, I did have creative opportunities, manifestations. That's what I put for Tuesday. Now on Wednesday, Venus is in a trine to Neptune. So this is bringing in, I think, spirit, the power of intention, the power of prayer, the power of focusing on unconditional love, on unconditional regard for each other. And it's deeply creative. So if you're looking for a particular design or a song or the right words, then this is a great time to focus on it. It's romantic as well. So, this can actually help us come back together. And then the moon in a conjunction with the North Node, it brings everything into sharp focus. So I've really said here, we're on track with spiritual destiny. And we could take a really big, generous leap of faith. It's not all lost necessarily. So then we come to Thursday, and this is the day of the full moon. And again, the feeling of separation comes up again, and the differences between each other. And so I don't know if something else is happening, in this week ahead. I say something else. I mean, so much happened just in this last week, with weather fronts. I saw fires, a tornado, 2 storms. There's another one on the way. And then there's all the other things going on outside of America as well. There's just so much being announced, left, right, and center. So, it wouldn't surprise me if something was announced on Monday the 14th and also around Thursday the 17th. The 17th is a super strong day. So again, on Thursday, we've got a slightly similar theme. So the sun in an opposition to Chiron, which we had on Monday, was bringing up that feeling of separation and our identity, that there's something that is kind of painful about being ourselves. And so how can we move ourselves away from the pain? How can we not identify with the pain? How can we avoid being ourselves because it's so painful? Well, on Thursday, the moon's in a conjunction with Chiron, so it does feel personal and it's hard to shake off. Of course, the sun is technically still in opposition to Chiron, so you might find that if you have been trying to turn a blind eye, and if you've not managed some kind of what if sentiments, that the feeling comes back again on Thursday, only you can't ignore it anymore. You recognize that there is this feeling of vulnerability, and you're going into it. The moon is also in a sextile to Jupiter. It's also square Mars, so very much like the sun was and still is square Mars. Now the moon is square Mars. So, the sun and the moon are in opposition. Chiron is with the moon. The sun actually is in a conjunction with Juno. I'll talk about her another time. And they're both in a square to Mars. So this is a real sort of continuation from Monday the 14th, only it's so much bigger now because we're really emotional about it. Now, Venus makes her third sort of exact connection. She's in a sextile to Pluto, which is looking for transformation. So Venus here is, she was realizing that the way she was relating needed to be different and changed. Then she's calling on unconditional love, and now she's calling for transformation, but light and easy transformation. So again, the themes are still the same, but Venus is still here to say, okay, I recognize our relationships can't stay the same. I do recognize that I want to have some grace about this, and now I'm ready to take some action or to transform in some way. We've also got the moon in a square to Pluto. And then later on in that day, the Venus goes into Sagittarius and the moon goes into Taurus. So immediately after the full moon, we've got this energy of Venus going into Sagittarius, which I think lightens everything up considerably. It's very much about feeling freedom in our relationships, not getting too bogged down in the sort of possessiveness of each other. Like Venus before that was in Scorpio, and Venus in Scorpio is very intense, but in Sagittarius she's a lot more practical, a lot more freedom loving, a lot less attached. So some of these scenarios might be about how can we be lighter with each other, how can we encourage each other to have more freedom, how can I honor your freedom so that I can feel I have more freedom. And the moon in Taurus is recognizing our emotions, but being practical about them. So again, whatever's going on, I do think there can be some practical answers. But again, I feel like we are kind of pulled over the rack a little bit, and everything's just tightened up a bit. And then Friday the 18th, I think this is a day just to have some reflections and try to be a bit more mature, a bit wiser. I suspect we're a lot calmer. We're probably a bit talked out. The moon, when it's in a conjunction with Mercury, is super talkative. The moon in opposition to Mercury is kind of take it or leave it. You can have some very sort of oppositional conversations, but there can also be this, no, I just don't want to communicate at all. But the sextile to Saturn keeps it kind of practical. So I just think we're going to be wiser, more reflective, and a little bit maybe on our own, like holding our own ground in our own way, holding our own space. And then Saturday, I think the need to change and move and transform is coming up. So the sextile to Mars is motivating. The conjunction to Uranus is electrifying. So you might have some sudden ideas and some very sort of sudden impulses. And then the trine to Pluto from the moon, I think is giving you a sense of your own power. So I really see that there is this sort of like powerful change that you're moving towards. And then the moon goes into Gemini, sort of giving you all these different answers from lots of different places. And then last of all, the moon goes into an opposition and a square with Saturn. Now, I really see this. This is reminding me of a little bit like the card, the 10 of Wands. 10 of Wands? Yeah, I think it's the 10 of Wands. It's 10 of Wands. Now, I know I've got some tarot experts that watch this. So I'm asking you, 10 of Wands, this is off the top of my head. But if I'm not mistaken, it's like the weight of the world, like you're worn out, you're crushed, you're defeated. It just feels like, what's the point? Or is that the 9 of Wands? Oh, I don't know. It's one of those, or you could even say the swords as well, where you're just feeling absolutely cut down to size and absolutely out of steam, like you've run out of steam. So I've said feeling out of sorts, which I think is putting it a bit mildly. The moon in an opposition to Venus, is it's not so bad. But what this is also meaning is that Venus is coming into a square with Saturn, and that's the thing that I'm really drawing your attention to, and the fact that the moon is sort of reacting in a sort of frustrated and difficult way with both Venus and Saturn in a square to each other. Venus and Saturn in squares or oppositions is a feeling of loneliness and being disheartened. We don't feel that warm connection. We don't feel that warm flow. We are, lonely, like we're lost. We could be in a crowded room with really nice people, but the way we're seeing things, we just don't feel that connection. So we feel really sort of disconnected. So I think Sunday is really a day to Saturday and Sunday, I just think they are days to have some time on your own, especially let's say like the full moon here is like big and like lots of things going on. I think Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you're more likely to just want to get on and do your own thing, potter at home, make sure that whatever's going on in the world, it kind of stays out there a little bit. You just look after yourself, you tend to yourself, and hopefully the sort of energies of this on Saturday are helping you to feel like there's positive little steps that you're taking to get moving again. So there's a lot going on there. I understand it sounded quite possibly difficult to hear. Like I said, the war of fear versus the return of beauty is a really strong theme. And obviously I don't want to create fear because I think that's unhelpful. But I'm highlighting that there is this sort of energy of fear and division right now. And if you're not aware that these fear and division games are being played, you could really fall right into it and absolutely believe it. I actually think, everything needs to be taken with a pinch of salt. We can take on the opinions of other people, but why would you do that? Rather than find out firsthand how something is, and tune into yourself. I think the return of beauty is coming from us. It's coming from filling up your own cup. It's coming from nurturing yourself, trusting yourself, and giving yourself the space and the freedom to glow again, to rise, to shine, and to tune in to what your gift is. I really think this is a time when everyone needs to have their gifts out there. Like, whatever your gift is, whatever your superpower is, get ready to use it in the world. We need it. We all need to pick ourselves up. And of course, if we're all doing it as well, we're all doing it for each other. I think it gets easier. So this is my watch point day. And again, I just want to sort of point this out. This is what I'm going to be looking at in everyone's chart in a sec. The sun in a conjunction to Juno, I think, is about our commitment to ourselves and absolutely putting ourselves first. And I know there is this, I think, narrative that if you put yourself first, you're selfish, and you should always put other people first. And I'm really, really aware that when we're putting other people first all the time and putting ourselves on the back seat or diminishing our own importance in your life, like if you're diminishing yourself as a priority in your own life in favor of helping everyone else, whilst I don't think there's any problems with helping anyone else, when we are always putting others first, our ability to help people is really diminished. Like if you are always putting someone else first and never giving yourself the time to hear yourself, understand yourself, hear your inner child that's like really begging to be attended to, it's almost vampiric. Only you're kind of giving yourself away. And I've definitely done this, and I do this quite a lot. And I have to then step back and realize, am I being generous here, or am I being silly? Am I being stupid? Am I offering myself up as a tasty treat for vampires? So you might be giving and not receiving. And whilst that feels good because you're helping to support people, you're not, because at some point you're going to crash and you'll burn, and then you'll be no help to anybody at all. And so I really see here that this is a commitment to yourself. This is saying, you know what, you're better off right now focusing on you, focusing on how you can feel safer in your life, more abundant in your life, more healthy in your life, so that the conditions of your best self come out. You know, you could create so much more change from taking one really aligned action from a full self perspective. Or you could work for years and years and years giving without giving from a truly aligned self. You're just kind of giving yourself up. And so this is one of the ways I really see this going on. So I really see around the time of the full moon, you know, we are absolutely feeling the pain of having given ourselves up for so long. And it's very easy to do. Like, I think people who are very idealistic can really fall into this trap. I've fallen into it as well. You know, like the idealism is, well, I'm okay. There are people that need me or that need help, and like, let me do this, let me do this, let me do this. And before you know it, it's a badge of honor, and you keep on giving and you keep on giving. You're becoming aware of the cost of victimizing yourself. Now, if you were to, and Mars will just like create anger, you know, like Mars here could be anger from the people you're helping, like some outside force that's angry, and yet you feel really victimized. And you're like, why would anyone be angry at me? I'm just doing my best here, you know. So it's like doubling down on that feeling. And then here, the sun in a conjunction to Juno is absolutely saying, like, cool, like, that's a pitiful whistle, wasn't it? Come over here, like, come back. We want to nourish you. We want to look after you. You need to sit down. You need a bit of pampering right now. And yet, you know, it also feels like there's an angry crowd over here saying, oh, look at her over there sorting herself out. Oh, la-di-da, you know. So it's really, really tense energy. But I really do think that it is put right by loving yourself, not to be selfish, not to take resources that belong to everyone or anything like that, you know, not because you're an evil person or anything, but because when you are in your aligned state, when you are looked after, when you're healthy, you are more magnetic, you are more creative, more focused, and more able to have an outstanding idea and an outstanding motivation that actually makes a huge difference. You know, there are always going to be other people that will step into your place here and actively wear themselves out. And it's a really hard lesson to learn. You know, I spent years volunteering at a disability charity, and I absolutely loved it, and really enjoyed the opportunity to do that. And I also recognized that a lot of the carers, a lot of the people caring and in really strong positions of caring and nourishing other people were the most unnourished and unhealthy people, you know, because they were giving, but not topping themselves up. And so if you are an idealistic person, I absolutely recommend that you look at how you were in yourself before you started overgiving. Was there a time when you were full of health? Was there a time when you were full of energy and inspiration? Was there a time, when you had something that you wanted to give, rather than you are now just giving your resources? It's like you're being sucked away. So it's just worth considering, because there's a lot of pain there and a lot of judgments and ideals that are holding you in that place. And it's not to say you come out of this and you never give it back, but it's to say, that kind of situation where one person wins and another loses is not good. But when you are developing yourself so that you can win, everyone else around you wins. It's not about, it's about being full and whole in yourself, and then you're kind of raising the vibration of it. I know I sound like a crazy hippie now. So this is the painful thing that's going on this week, as far as I can see it. Now, we've also got these Venus things. So if you see, now you see it laid out in the chart. So the sextile to Pluto, the trine to Neptune, the opposition to Uranus, and there's also an ongoing trine to Mars as well. So Venus is a real sort of focal point, you know, and she's right at this sort of end of Scorpio and then moving into the sign of Sagittarius. So there is a lot about where you'll be creating beauty. So this is where the fears are coming up, the anxieties are coming up, you know, where we're victimizing ourselves, where we're hurting ourselves, and where the realization of the pattern that we're in is coming up. But Venus is showing how you can get that back. And so as I go through the next series of forecasts, I'll be like sort of interpreting this in your chart, you know. So here Venus is really in the 11th and I'll be talking about it from that perspective. So hopefully that'll be helpful. Before I go any further, I just want to put a shout out to all of the beautiful people that support this channel, support me with your lovely messages, with your donations and things. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hey there, Aries. So this is the forecast taking you from Monday, the 14th of October, right the way through to the 20th of October. Now, I've already broken down the day-to-day forecast in an earlier chapter, day-to-day forecast, unsurprisingly. And I've spoken about the war of fear versus the return of beauty, and that very kind of dualistic paradigm that we appear to be living in right now. There are some very, very big patterns. And what I want to explore in this short reading is how you're going to be returning to beauty, where you're most likely to feel its impact the most, and what you're letting go of in terms of the fear, the war of fear, and how it might be being played on you, or how you might be engaging with the war on fear. Really what I'm talking about is the kind of hotbed of activity in the background, you know, like the noise from the media, the ideas whipped up, you know, around us. Then there's the knowledge that every one of us has, most likely, about strange weather patterns, the sense of impending war, or what might happen, you know, if a war breaks out, all that kind of stuff, and a lot in terms of identity politics. And really, it's this area here that is talking about our fears and how they might be holding us back in this week ahead. So we've currently got Chiron in this position, and the sun is moving from here to here, and will go into an exact opposition with Chiron this week. We've also got Mars down here forming a T-square. Now, they're going to be in a T-square pretty much all week, and really right at the start of the week, this is really extreme. Now, what we haven't factored in is the fact that we've got the moon coming. It starts the week here at 14 degrees in the sign of Pisces and moves all the way around to Gemini by the end of the week. But midweek, in particular on the 17th, the full moon comes into effect. So we've got the moon in a conjunction with Chiron in opposition to the sun here, both of which, or all of which, are in a square to Mars. So what does that mean, and how is that playing out in your life right now? Well, from your perspective, it feels like there's a lot of rawness. There's a lot of identification with where you have been hurt, with where you have been forsaken, where you've been victimized, or where you felt like a victim, maybe where you've agreed that you were a victim. And there's the reminder that there are these old patterns that come up, and they might be such old patterns that you've identified with them. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, you know, like when you talk, you know, I've heard like family members refer to their bad knee or their bad shoulder, or that time they had cancer and their cancer, you know, so like we we identify with things that happen to us, like my breakup, or the time I lost my house, or like there's all these different stories that we have, whereby we have identified with the story and kind of made it more real. And of course, you could choose to see your story in lots of different ways. And what's really coming up right now is the stories that you're telling yourself and holding about yourself in the public domain are stories that might well be hurting you and might not actually be your friend. Now, at the same time, there is this growing realization that the people that you see in your life are actually quite good at getting their needs met, are very good at finding other people to partner with. And there's this feeling that, everyone else is able to partner and maybe trust each other. And yet I've got these big stories of loss going on, really, really playing out. And the sort of juxtaposition between this. So it might be your partner that you're noticing is a lot more relaxed about life, or you might be thinking of a sibling or somebody with whom you're a bit competitive with, because obviously all oppositions are quite competitive. So it might be you're like, this is where I am, but look at these guys over here. They've got their partner, they've got their family, they've got their great life, their coziness. Libra does often give us the sense of glamour. But whatever you're seeing over here is an indication that actually this is what you should be having too. This isn't saying, oh yeah, everyone else has got it, you shouldn't have it. I think whenever the sun is coming into the 7th, it's bringing up partnership for us too. And isn't it interesting that whilst the sun is bringing up the ideas of partnership and how you can have more partnership and how you can have more sharing and connection, that right now you're being stimulated with old stories of the past. And interestingly, Mars in this position, I think, is an indication of possibly the bullying you've experienced from home, quite possibly old ideas, maybe from school or from family. Maybe it came from within your home. But, the 4th house is also very much a place of privacy. So it could actually be where you're beating yourself up, where you're holding yourself in these chains and not cutting yourself free. If you were to look at the people around you and how they do their freedom, you might find that the people who are in relationships have a similar series of characteristics. Or there are certain things that they're able to do that you maybe struggle with. And one of the things that comes up as I'm looking at this, and also considering the current position of Venus right now, and what's really coming up for me is trust. How is it that other people can trust more in their relationships or in the idea that they can have their needs met, whereas you can't feel that same sense of trust that it will all work out for you? And what does holding that thought about yourself, what pain does that cause you to acknowledge that maybe you don't get your needs met, or you can't trust everyone enough to get your needs met? So I think this is a really big, whatever is being opened up right now, I think has a lot to do with broken trust earlier in your childhood. And also the comparison between you and then people that got it very easily, that, for whom it came just beautifully and gracefully too. You might have had to feel like you had to do all the hard work here and you had to forge your own identity. And what this is saying to me is right now, your identity is imprisoning you and it's actually causing you a lot of pain. So how willingly, or how could you commit to yourself in such a way that some of the beliefs that you hold about your ability to have things work out nicely for yourself can be countered? How lovingly can you counter those beliefs? How can you start to believe that it's okay to trust again? So I'm not saying, oh yes, drop all mistrust, whilst that would be a great thing. I understand that we all become resistant, and I definitely get resistant as well. But you might ask yourself, how can I feel better about myself? How can I feel better about trusting others? How can I feel better about receiving love from others? and sharing in that. Now we come to the bit about returning from beauty. So I think your fears, a lot of your fears are coming from not having that reciprocity, and then not believing that you can get the reciprocity, if that makes sense. Now, Venus is really pointing at the beautiful transformation that you can make in the return of beauty, the return of the color to your cheeks. That, like, could you imagine if you're able to somehow get underneath this pattern and resolve it? What new life would be happening in your body right now? I imagine your cheeks would flush. You would look more alive. You would look more relieved. Could you imagine the relief that you would feel if at some level in your body you could believe that your desires or your needs could be met, that somebody might want to put you first, or that you're important? Can you imagine the relief and how that would register on your body? Because, you know, Venus here, she's really showing that the beauty as it gets returned to you is coming from, first of all, wow, this is a big one actually, because Venus is going into the opposition with Uranus first. I think the first thing is in terms of recognizing how you are with resources. I think the first part of it has to do with money and resources and why others have it before you do. So it's less about the connection and actually more about the physical receivership that you enjoy. You know, so I see here Uranus in your second house is like, I have to do this for myself. I have to do this for myself. If I don't do this for myself, nothing will happen. If I rely on other people, nothing will happen. So much so that you might at some point this week almost feel like breaking away so that you can do your own thing is preferable, because you can manage your life easier when you break away. But Venus up here in the 8th is suggesting that you might trust in the abundance that you have between yourself and other people. So it might be like, if you are in a partnership, that you don't try to save the day all the time, that you don't have it on your shoulders, that if you don't work hard, it's all going to collapse. It might be that you recognize that the partners that you have around you, the people you have around you, might also be able to bring up a certain amount of physical, material security. So that's the first thing. With Venus in a trine to Neptune, the beauty in life is also coming back by listening to your inner dreams and your inner intuitions. So I don't know if you can this week find some time to connect into the inner creative or that inner voice, the inner alchemist in you, you know, that part of you that wants to create something beautiful in the world. It's very much an intuitive process that's going on. And as Venus connects to Neptune this week, those ideas, I think, are going to come forwards. Now, there is this ongoing trine from Mars really showing this idea that you don't have to be the strong person in the family. In fact, you can be the empathic, compassionate person in the family drama, almost like if you, and this appears to go against what I'm saying, but if you're able to openly and generously be comfortable to help someone in need within your family, whilst not getting triggered and thinking, oh God, they're always getting supported, why not me? That in being generous with these people who maybe do have it a bit easier from your perspective, but doing it without any resentment, doing it with a sense of freedom, it unlocks something between you both, so that there is a greater level of sharing, so that it's not you always helping them, but and maybe you might find that every time you have helped them in the past and you've resented them for it, they've not been able to take your advice or not been able to work with it. And so there's almost like this inner conflict. So, you know, Venus here and the return of beauty is coming from recognizing you don't have to do it all on your own. Listening to your deep inner calling and creativity from the past, and also being able to support the other people in your life without resentment, but with curiosity, with this perspective of, if you hurt, I hurt. And so I want to sit with you, and I want to find out what's going on for you, because whilst you're hurting, that's hurting me as well. So it's in a place free of resentment. Now, I understand that that could be a huge difficulty for you. In fact, I realize, lots of people are absolutely caught up in the drama of their situations, and it looks impossible that they can actually do that. And yet, Venus, in my mind this week, Venus is showing us how we can bring more beauty back to our life. And so I wonder how much you could, I wonder if you could just ask yourself the question, how might it be possible that I can support people in a different way? How might it be possible that I can be compassionate towards people that I feel resentful towards? Did you see me gulp there? Because I know if you're in a resentment pattern and if it feels like, I'm not talking, this isn't, I want to make it really clear. I'm not saying that, you should forgive and forget. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying, how can you make yourself feel better by reducing the sting that is going on between you and other situations? This is less about making it right for the other person, but more about feeling freer, like dropping some of the burdens, because when you're in that pattern of resentment, it's really, really hard to see beyond it. And also when you're in a pattern of resentment, you are automatically cutting off any possible support that you might get in. There might be someone around you that actually does want to support you, but because there is some underlying resentments that you're not able to move beyond that, it's almost blocking the amount of support that you can get in. I remember years ago listening to a Brené Brown TED Talk, one of the very first TED Talks, I think, actually, and it was on the power of vulnerability. And funnily enough, I watched it, and then about a week later, I met my husband. And it was fantastic timing, because in this video, I cried bucket loads, because what she was talking about was making yourself vulnerable. And that might mean opening yourself up to being hurt again, making yourself vulnerable. And I realized that the person that I pitted myself against, without them even knowing that I'd pitted myself against, but it was somebody close in my family who appeared to have everything work for them beautifully, just always worked. And I always thought, well, I work so hard. Why is this not working for me? And I could see it clearly when I listened to Brené Brown. That person had no qualms in letting people know how they felt. They were they absolutely were open about what was going on for them. So if they're in crisis, they broke down, and they may well have ended up without any support around them, and then they could have felt worse. They opened themselves up to the vulnerability of rejection, and yet every time they broke down, people would come flooding to them to make sure that they were okay. And then when things were good, they were equally as vulnerable and open, and people would genuinely feel included and want to celebrate with them. And I could never understand that. And I realized later on through listening to Brené Brown that this had much more to do with my need to be in control and to try and control myself from not feeling hurt again, and experiencing what I see going on here, experiencing these very deep wounds to do with your identity, and how maybe for you, you're never going to get this nice situation because it never works like that. Everyone else has it. So for me, the beauty, as I see it in this week ahead, your beauty comes from opening up a bit, from being open, more open than you've been, from opening yourself up to vulnerability, even if it hurts. Because no man is an island, and no matter how hard you try to do it all on your own, you can't. You simply can't do it all on your own. And so it is that vulnerability. And once you let your barriers down, there will be some people around you that will most likely step in to help you. You know, I really also believe that, you know, we like nature abhors a vacuum. So like if you open up this space for people to come in, all of a sudden, if there's no people coming into the space, like life will bring the right people in because it doesn't like that vacuum. A bit like, you know, if you want to create more abundance, you let go of some of your money. By the way, I'm not a financial astrologer. Don't follow me for that tip unless you've practiced this yourself. I find when I let go of things, all of a sudden something comes in to replenish it. You know, it's the trust that as you are open, you create your open space, life fills it up with loads of great new stuff. So I really feel that this is about trust, Aries, and I hope that's okay. Yeah, and then Venus and Pluto, there's a really deep transformation going on. That, see, you're getting the ball rolling. I think you've got the opportunity to get the ball rolling, to realize the pain that comes up from holding on to resentments and like the tightness that you feel in your body when you are always waiting for something to go wrong, always thinking you're going to get attacked. And I'm not saying you've got no, you know, justification for feeling like that at all. I'm not sort of disabusing you of the abuse you might want to identify with. But it's like, the moment you are starting to loosen up a little bit, be a bit more, so I'm rolling my shoulders back, that there will be a feeling of relief. And actually, as Venus then goes into the sign of Sagittarius, things open up a bit more for you. You feel a bit more optimistic, a bit more adventurous, like you want to go on a trip or go somewhere a little bit wilder, explore something new that you've always wanted to, but never have given yourself the opportunity to. See, it starts with openness. The more you can end this month of Venus in Scorpio, the more you can end that with a feeling of openness and curiosity, that you're able to drop a resentment fully or drop a little bit of it. Any kind of opening you create for yourself that gives you a bit more freedom will set you up to have much more fun, much more expansion, and a much better feeling of goodwill in your body. So I hope this advice, it's not exactly a forecast for the week ahead, but these are the planetary pictures showing up. So this is a kind of psychological look. There is such a strong energy of prayer and meditation and intention and mindfulness in this week ahead. So anywhere where you can mindfully ask yourself how you can feel freer, how you can feel less resentment, how you can be less attached to the stories. All of this will help you. So there you go. I hope that's helpful. And like I said, if you want the day-to-day forecast, check out the earlier part of the week where I really talk in depth about what's going on. So there you go. I hope that was helpful to you, Aries. Bye for now. Hey there, Taurus. So this isn't the usual kind of forecast where I'm like rushing through everything, trying to include everything. I want to take it back a little bit. I want to be a bit more relaxed about it. You know, if you do want a day by day forecast, then check out the earlier chapter, funnily enough, named Day to Day Forecast. You know, this is taking us from the 14th of October, that's Monday the 14th, right the way through to Sunday the 20th of October. And there's a couple of really big patterns going on. And one of them I see is this like war of fears. That's what I've called it, because it's definitely picking up on our identity, our vulnerabilities around our identity, like our fear of being found out, and also all those things that could go wrong, you know, that are playing into this. And I really see this taking place here with this great big T square. Now this T square is Chiron, the Sun, and Mars. But what I need to let you know is the moon starts her journey here and she comes into this point on the 17th. That's when we've got our full moon and it's in exact opposition to the sun. Chiron's in a conjunction with the moon and it's all this T square is really getting set off. So like I say, I talk about this in much greater detail in the day-to-day forecast, but this is for the Taurus part of this. So I want to talk about this. And then I want to talk about the return of beauty. Now, Venus is making a lot of connections in this week ahead, in particular an opposition to Uranus. She's also making a trine to Mars. She's kind of coming out of that now. She was there all last week, but it is still going strong. Then she's making a trine to Neptune. And she's also making a sextile to Pluto. So she's going through some very transformative things. And then she moves into the sign of Sagittarius. And of course, Venus is also the ruler of Taurus. So I don't know if you've got your sun in Taurus, your ascendant in Taurus, or your moon in Taurus, whichever part of Taurus you've got, Venus is quite important to your prominent Taurus in your chart. So, it carries extra energy. So, yeah, where should we start then? Well, first of all, the square to Mars between the Sun and Mars is interesting because it brings up a lot of frustration about you wanting to make some changes and also wondering what that means to you in your identity. I mean, the Sun here is really trying to get you to tackle life, to handle life, to look at what goes wrong in your life, to look at your health, to look at your energy levels, and to get a really good balance on life. So that seems really quite important. But Mars here is really showing there's so much going on the outside of your world, and it feels sometimes like you're getting judged. And there's a lot of energy from your local community. Maybe there's a lot of stuff going on, but you're feeling the impact of it and also wondering how the hell you're going to get everything back into balance. At the other side of this, you've got Chiron in this part of your chart. Now, this is a really difficult position to have Chiron in, actually. I mean, it's been here for many years, well over 6 years. I think it went in 2017, came out, and then went back in 2018. So, Chiron has been here for a long time. But Chiron brings up our wounds and our insecurities. And in this part of the chart, it's very much about your hidden fears, the things that you can't quite face, the self-sabotage. And so it brings up a lot of very difficult to identify and articulate triggers. So you might notice that you get very, very sensitive and you can't quite put your finger on it. You have a feeling it's about this. And it feels super, super strong because it's coming directly from your unconscious mind. And you can't consciously kind of work it out. It maybe seems very irrational. And so I don't know what that bit of irrationality is for you. But, this part of your chart is absolutely about your mental health, your mental capacity, your mental reserves, your spiritual reserves. Do you feel spiritually burnt out? Do you feel like you're so burnt out you almost just wish you didn't have to care? To me, that's an absolute overload in terms of your fears, your insecurities, and there's a lot of stuff that's piled in. And of course, this week, with the Sun in opposition to it and also Mars in a square to it, is likely to bring up a lot of that stuff. So, if at any moment you're feeling this triggering coming in, please just do yourself a massive favor and sit down and go, okay, Louisa said this was going to happen. I have been feeling like this. This is ancient wounding that's coming up right now. Stuff that was out of my control that I had, I had no say over. So it's hard, isn't it? When things suddenly change and you don't get much advocacy in it, you don't have any agency. Like, how can you process stuff that happens like really through no fault of your own? I mean, that's really hard stuff. So yeah, this is difficult. It's like the past reasserting itself, and this fear that comes up is absolutely primal and absolutely from your childhood, from like old shocking events. So yeah, you're likely to be feeling a little bit delicate. Now, in terms of managing these fears, I would say, around the time of the full moon. Now, I don't know what it was like for you earlier this year on the 8th of April, around that time, it just maybe the week leading up to it and the week after, we had the total solar eclipse. And we had the sun and the moon and Chiron in this area. So a lot of these themes would have been really coming up then. Now this is the full moon that is almost like the complement to that. You might find it easy to just go back to April and ask, okay, what was I going on about then? What was really gripping me and bringing up my old fears and insecurities? What was I breaking down about back then? Because that's likely what's coming up. Only now I think you can see that you've learned quite a lot along the way in these last 6 months, and you've learned maybe what has worked, but what hasn't worked enough. And you might have also learned where you've identified with things so strongly that things just can't possibly move. To truly get freedom from something, and I'm not talking from heaps of experience because I can be very resistant to my own growth. I'll be honest, I've struggled with my own stuff. But when we keep holding on to our stories, even when we're moving beyond them, they're pulling us back and they're pulling our mind-body system into it. Okay, so I'm going to share a little story about where I've been resistant, or where my stories have brought me back to the same position again and again. So in my late teens, I was hesitantly diagnosed with chronic fatigue syndrome, or ME as it was known in the UK at that time. And I was really quite poorly. And also, even though I got a diagnosis, it was with a lot of like the doctors back then didn't believe it was real. And so I had this sort of recognition that I was ill. And at the same time, this kind of, to my mum and dad, she's not, it's in her head kind of thing, because it wasn't recognized. So that what I really experienced was a lack of compassion. People that apparently wanted to help, but couldn't really help, but couldn't find their ability to understand the position that I was in. Ultimately, I knew I didn't feel very well. I had physical symptoms, and then I got a diagnosis that didn't really mean anything. It wasn't really known or understood back in those times. Now, I held on to this story, the story of the shock of not being supported, the shock of not being understood was really, really hard for me. And whenever I've, as I stepped into my proper adulthood and made decisions in the world, one of the things that has always held me back is when people don't understand me, or where I feel a lack of support because somebody has got this idea about me. What I experienced back then was the idea that I was being lazy or lying, teachers, commented, that I wasn't available. I wasn't being me, that somehow I was different. And it was always kind of sort of described in a really negative way. And so, as I've got through into my 20s, I was very, very spiky in my responses to do with illness, but I was almost looking to not be supported, to boost my belief about myself that I wasn't supported. And for some reason, I couldn't get quality support, that people would never trust me. The trust is a really big thing for me. And to know that people didn't trust what I was saying to be true was heartbreaking. But I carried that with me into my 20s and into my 30s. And over a while, you don't realize it happening, but where you hold on to that story that little girl had experienced, but now I was a big girl, a grown up, it destroys relationships. And I absolutely, recognize that helped to destroy a long-term partnership. I'm actually quite happy because I'm happily married now, but the stories we have end up having such a much bigger impact. Now, that was playing in my unconscious mind, but I couldn't easily articulate it because it looked like I had an invisible disease. Nobody believed in it as well. So it was like the emperor's new clothes. And yet I knew something was going on. And so now when something doesn't quite feel right, I get the same kind of symptomatic feelings. I get these, I do get a breathlessness. I do heat up and I do feel kind of fluey. And I also recognize that something is being stirred back from that time. So this is what I think is worth you focusing on in understanding this dynamic. Is on the one hand, there's this very strong impulse to deal with life. And also the 6th is also about your health. So it's funny that I mentioned that story. There are no accidents. There's this big pull to be functional in your life. And yet there is this feeling that there is something going on behind the scenes that you can't quite put your finger on. And it feels you've probably got symptoms. And especially as the moon goes through there, you may well also feel kind of emotional about, something's not quite right. You can't put your finger on it. If you can find where in your childhood or earlier in your life you're holding any kind of stories that play into that, that would really help you. Anything to do with depression, anything to do with, well, I guess trust is a big one, isn't it? Anything to do with your intuition where you sensed things you knew were true and others, like in the real world, didn't believe you, because this is a very imaginative place and an unreal world. It's kind of like the world that's invisible, the world that we don't see, but we sense maybe is there, this world of magic and wonder. And this 6th house is absolutely about what is here. And if I bang on my table, you can hear it, right? It's real and rational. So there is a really strong balancing act. And because the sun's involved, it's also picking up on your identity, like where you feel comfortable in your identity, and also where you don't. So that this is quite a big story that you're needing to, or it would be helpful to break or understand. And then whilst you're working this out, it feels like there's not much support from people in your community. In fact, it feels like there's a lot of sort of anger, or people are frustrated, or people are whatever. To me, it feels like people in your community or around you just want you to kind of like pick yourself up and be fine. And yet, that there's something underneath it. I do think you'll be able to find what is underneath it. And if you are experiencing people being frustrated around you, whatever you can do to take yourself out of their way in this week ahead will be quite useful. So this is, I think, where the fears are. So maybe the fear for you is like, it's not going to change. You're always going to come back to this point, which is, and for a long time, if I had a raise in my temperature, I thought, oh, here we go again. I'm going to be ill again. And then nobody's going to believe me and everyone's going to think it's made up and blah, blah, blah. So you might have this sort of real fear that nothing's going to change. You progress, you get normal, you get more functional, and then you just end up back at the beginning. It's a cruel world. So I don't know what you can do to change your story or observe your story from a different perspective. Now, this is where the return of beauty is coming in. So like Venus here is showing that there is, or there can be, compassion from people around you. And yet what's showing here is that when you're being independent, it stops the support that you might get. So what I see, that the more you're wanting to do it yourself, the more you're wanting to be independent, the more you are sticking to your own ideas and not involving anyone else. Even if you've got like the idea, well, if I don't involve anyone else, nobody has to get frustrated with me or whatever. By not involving people, you're cutting yourself off from support. And so this is the first thing, is to recognize whatever you're struggling with, there will be someone around you that will listen or give you some time, give you some space. If you can't find anyone around you, then find, a professional, somebody who, will listen to you, maybe the Samaritans or your doctor, or like there are always local groups here, there and everywhere that are set up to help people in their situations. I know I went to an ME group, a chronic fatigue syndrome group. So there are all sorts of different help around, even if you can't trust the people closest to you. So that's the first thing, is don't try and do it on your own. Recognize that there are people that want to help, but you cut them off. So that's the first return to beauty, maybe, is recognizing that support is there and it is available for when you're ready to accept it. Now, it might not be coming from the place that you want it from, but, do you want support from one person or nothing at all. You know, like if you're raising the stakes and saying, I'm only going to feel supportive if I get like support from this one person, and if I don't get support from them, then it means it's all lost. You know, I've set myself up for these kinds of dramas before, you know, where I've had my solution of how I want my support. And of course, when you're dealing with other people, you can't always get the support exactly in the way that you want. And so that's another thing about Venus here in the 7th. It's about be easy with the people around you. Allow, you know, you can say, look, I'm really looking for this support, and I would find it useful if you don't do this, this, and this. But like, if somebody wants to reach you and meet you and work with you at some level, we also have to accept that they might do things that you didn't think were quite so supportive. But be open, you know, because again, anywhere where you're putting barriers up, you're stopping support coming in. And the funny thing with support is once you start to receive it and you allow yourself to receive it, then more can flow. But if it comes in and you stop it dead, then like the universe or the powers that be will say, oh, she clearly doesn't want support. Okay, we'll take those barriers seriously next time she erects them. So this is interesting. You know, this is urging you to, you know, A, be open to support, but B, be open to receiving it in a way that people want to express it. I would say it's be humble, be more humble. You know, allow people to love you in the way that they want to love you. It's really hard, especially if you've been hurt, and especially if you feel like you've been let down. It's really, really hard. Now, the trine to Mars is actually quite helpful, because maybe some of these frustrated people around you actually do want to help, but you know, they felt your barriers, they felt things coming up, and so they haven't approached you, and they're just kind of frustrated. They want to be part of a solution, they want to work with you, and they can't. So this is actually quite helpful. I think you might find that there are some people who you feel have kind of decided not to help, but actually really do want to help you and to love you and to connect with you. Then we've also got this lovely connection between Venus and Neptune, really highlighting again that there are people from further afield that want to connect with you, like friends of friends. You know, again, the more you are able to open yourself up and to make and to accept connection from people, the more that beauty is flowing into your life. So, you know, it's, although you are going through some very sort of like big, like you have some big fears maybe playing out, and some resistances showing up, and like some quite justifiable wounds, there are people who really do want to be in your life and who want to help you. And then the last one, we've got this sort of energy that's really coming in on the day of the full moon. Pluto in the sextile to Venus is really helpful. You know, he's like, these are people that want to bring you into joy and pleasure and expansion and adventure. So if you've got a friend that is wanting to take you somewhere new, or encouraging you to do something new, to think, like to read a book, or to go online, or do something that is expanding your mind, then give it a go. Really, I think you should like enjoy the sort of feeling of expansion that comes from an adventurous friend. I think you could have some good fun. And then this Venus position moves here into the 8th. Now, the 8th is also an interesting place. Venus in the 8th for you is in the sign of Sagittarius, which is creating freedom amongst the family burdens, or some of the burdens of the past. And so having Venus coming in here, I think, is starting to unravel a much deeper process. So what I really see is going on here is there's something that's come up, and it was probably that thing from April. It's come up again. Whatever this old story is about you that you're feeling resistant about, you're coming to a time now where you can find freedom of it, from it. And the funny thing is, as Venus changes signs on the 17th, it takes you into a fresher place. So like the more you start to recognize and notice, the more you can notice and heal. So you are getting free from actually going deeper into it. So it's a different kind of beauty. What I really see with this is there is a new level of richness available to you in terms of your relationships. And one of the biggest things that is pinned on is you stopping being so independent. You know, independence is okay, but sometimes we use independence to create separation from us and other people, and we don't realize it because so many people value independence. It's seen as a really good thing, and yet it also keeps us like a lonely island. So there you go. I hope that was an interesting take on the situations right now. I hope you have a lovely week ahead and start to make some progress if you do recognize what I'm talking about. So anyway, lots and lots of love to you, and catch you another time soon. Bye for now. Okay, Gemini. So this is a forecast. It's not a traditional sort of like day by day forecast. This is really talking about the sort of big polar energies that are going on this week. So on the one hand, we've got this kind of war of fears, I've called it, but it's represented here by this T square. We've got the sun here in Libra, Chiron here in Aries, and Mars in Cancer. Later on this week, on the 17th, this T square gets electrified when the moon comes into the full moon position. So we've got the moon and Chiron in opposition to the sun. Yikes! What a big energetic pattern to be experiencing. And then on the other hand, we've also got this return of beauty. I think Venus is showing us where we can come out of our old patterns and awaken to a new feeling of connection. And so I want to detail how you're feeling more connected and how it might show up. So yeah, I'm quite excited to sort of experience this with you in this short reading. So this is taking you from Monday the 14th of October until Sunday the 20th of October. If you did want before I get going, if you do want the day by day forecast, then I recommend that you look at the earlier chapter called Day by Day Forecast, where I literally tell you about all the different aspects happening and how you might want to handle it. This is more of an overview. So the first thing that's really coming up, and this is with us all week, and for you, that like we've got the sun here, which is showing how you are as a person, expressing yourself, and it's in the 5th house. Like you're going through quite a creative phase right now, really wanting to focus on what feels good, enjoying yourself, and like lots of ideas I think come from when the sun comes through this part of our chart. It usually awakens us to lots of ideas, and yet it's in this opposition with Chiron all week. Now you might recognize some of this from around early April. We had the total solar eclipse with the sun, the moon, and Chiron on the 8th of April, pretty much in the same spot, really. And so there is this very strong feeling of Chiron and the sun in an opposition, and it's bringing up vulnerabilities about how not to be. Like right now, you're wanting to be in this place of exploring your joy, connecting more to things that you like doing, feeling like you're like in your flow. And yet Chiron here is reminding you of some of the pain that comes up with your partnerships and your friendships, in particular where you feel like you have to join into the collective joy. You have to stay focused on everyone else's wishes and not so much your own wishes. It's an interesting time. I do think the full moon, when it comes up here, is going to bring up a whole lot of stuff, because then you've got the moon and Chiron really, really helping you to see the true cost of not feeling supported by your friends, or feeling that their demands on you are somehow hurting you, like their ideas on how you should be or how you should use your energy right now, how you should like what you should be thinking, what you should be working on, what you should be committing your life to. It almost feels like there's so many ideas that other people are feeding you, and yet you're wanting to feel free of it. You're wanting to feel a lot less bothered, and a lot more in your own space. So this is quite sensitive. What's made worse is the fear that it could affect your income, and yeah, that's obviously quite real. You know, that if you're finding the like in particular, I think the 11th often brings up work colleagues, and people into your life that are coming to you, you know, to collaborate with you, to work with you, to try and do a sort of more global aim or a business aim, you know. So I often find like big projects here, work projects here and stuff. And so, you know, what I'm getting here is this sense of you want more control over your own money and want more control over your own joy. And yet there might be stakeholders or friends and networks that almost have an influence over your money, and or if they got upset with you, could impact that. You know, it's a tough one. Now, having Mars here as well right now is it's good because you're wanting to boost your sense of self-esteem. You're wanting to be stronger. So there is this feeling that, you know, you can't kowtow to everybody else. You have to make your own decisions and be okay with them. So it's making you a lot more assertive than usual. But of course, the more assertive you get, the more you want to do your own thing and be responsible for your own patterns. And yet at the same time, the more you're feeling that pull of disapproval or disappointment from other people. So it's picking up on some old stuff. And what I would recommend, Gemini, is that you pay a little bit of attention to where the old stories have come up from, because, you know, Chiron and the sun are really bringing up personal stories of victimhood. So, you know, like, where have you been a victim in the past in terms of being disapproved of, not being appreciated, you know, where people are looking at you, you know, with curiosity, but it's uncomfortable, like really uncomfortable, as if you know you don't have their support. And also the fear of not having support, and what impact that has had on you, because that's also playing into your self-esteem. So this is an ongoing thing all week, but it doesn't have to dominate. But it could, so just be aware of it. Now, the thing that I really see here in terms of how you might experience more joy and more beauty, like the return of beauty, because let's face it, I mean, if you turn on the news, you could be forgiven if you thought, oh, it looks like the world's going to hell. you know, you could be completely forgiven for coming away with that impression. So what we got here? We've got Venus. Now, she's in the sign of Scorpio. She's not particularly, I don't think she's her best in Scorpio, I'll be honest, but she's very deep and she's quite loyal. And she's very intense and passionate in how she's relating. So there are some passionate changes that are coming up for you. Now, the first aspect that she's making this week is with Uranus in an opposition from the 12th to the 6th. So I really get that, you know, the beauty for you, Venus is in clearing up your life, clearing up anything unconscious, clearing up old areas of your house that look really unconscious and cluttered and not very pretty, not very serene. You know, she's really wanting you to beautify your life. She's wanting you to beautify your life, your health, your diet, and be more practical, but kind of sort of glamorous with your money, you know, like how you're using it. Buy something maybe that's better quality, you know. So she's really getting you to pay some attention to the nuts and bolts in your life and how it looks, and also how it can feel better. And I think that's great. So she is looking to get rid of all the darkness, all the bits that are, that are cluttered, that feel sticky, that don't quite feel right. Now, what's going on here is Uranus is also bringing up, although they're in opposition, Uranus in the 12th, and Uranus has been here for a long time. Uranus is uncovering and opening lots of old stuff for you. So it feels like if you'd written letters to your past, like, dear 4-year-old me, just to let you know that was an awful thing that happened, signed me, and you send yourself all these little letters from the past. Now, most of us don't really get the chance to ever look at these old sad stories that we have, and yet Uranus is bringing the awareness and the consciousness to your old patterns. And so actually these could actually work quite well together. However, if you stay in this place of exploring all the things that have gone wrong, you might not get the chance to explore all the things that you can put right. So the first thing that I would say in returning to beauty and grace in your life is to recognize the overall theme and make a decision as to what you would now prefer to focus on. So you don't have to necessarily go back and investigate it. You don't have to launch an inquiry, and you don't have to deal with lots of different things. But maybe what you do is say, I recognize that some things have gone wrong in my past. I recognize some awful patterns have been set up. I recognize there are some things I want to move on. And yet I recognize I also want to be peaceful about this. And so you're not dismissing it. You might say, I will come back to this when I've got more time or more resources. But right now, I recognize a need to do something different. I recognize a need to make some changes. So Uranus here is really helping you to make some changes. And Venus is focusing you to notice the easiest, most graceful, most beautiful, most supported, most abundant ways to flow in your life. So I don't know how you're going to be working that necessarily. I mean, it's you living your life, and I'm sat here, a complete stranger, miles away. So, this is about how, like I said, managing your health, your money, your home, the flow in your life. If you can't decide how you want to return to beauty, what I would suggest as a quick alternative is to deal with all the living things in your house. Like if you've got pets, plants, children, obviously, if you've got them, but look after the things that are living, because Venus likes to relate to things and loves things that are living. So attend to your plants, just potter around with your plants, sit with your pet and adore them and make their conditions nicer for them. Because in the energy of making these small, loving changes in your life, there becomes this beautiful flow of energy. And then from that, you might treat yourself to some new, trainers, so you can go for a run or something, if that's not my thing. I don't know why I came up with that idea, but it's a place of health and fitness as well. You're getting cleaner and clearer, and to me that's where the most of the beauty comes back. Now, leading up to the full moon, really what I'm seeing is this need to get a clearing between anyone that feels like they don't approve, and getting a clearing and some space between anyone that feels like they're stinky resentments or their stinky attitudes towards you. You want to get rid of the stink. You want to get rid of that almost like these unconscious blow darts that they're kind of firing into the back of your neck when you're not looking. Those things where you feel like if you feel that somebody is not working or collaborating with you for your best, find a way to sidestep them in this week ahead and make your life beautiful. The more you can do that, the more you can focus on your beauty and less and create space between you and anyone that's trying to bring ugliness into your life, the easier it will get. Mars here will help you. As you start to make things beautiful, you start to come back into your self-esteem. And on the 16th, Neptune is supporting Venus. So there's this extra level of creativity. I think the energies of prayer and meditation or intention work are really, really helpful with this as well. Final thing, Pluto is also sextiling into a connection with Venus. That's actually on the day of the full moon. And then later on in the day, Venus is going into the 7th house. Really, if you could clear up as much of this as you can before the 17th, because from the 17th, really, I think there's a transformation in the way you are with your relationships. It's almost like in this week ahead, you're beautifying everything in your life so that as Venus comes into the house of love for you, that everything is clean and clear, and that you can kind of step on up and feel beautiful and refined and serene. So be open to that possibility, because I think that will really help you. So there you go. That's my take on the sort of hidden psychology of getting out of those fears and that feeling of separation and coming into this place of unity for yourself. Have a great week ahead, Gemini. Catch you next time. Bye for now. Hey there, Cancer. So this is the forecast for the week ahead, starting Monday, the 14th of October, taking you right the way through to Sunday, the 20th of October, 2024. Now, as forecasts go, this isn't a sort of detailed, precise day-to-day forecast. You can find that in the earlier section called day-to-day forecast. But what I want to focus on here is the idea of the polarity that's going on in this week ahead. I've called it kind of war of fears versus return of beauty. Very purposefully, we've got these two very big patterns coming up. Actually, we're in the midst of them right now as I'm recording. So we've got this T-square, which is comprised of Chiron, Mars, and the Sun. Now, your ruling planet is obviously the moon. Now, this is where the moon is this week. And oh, look what we have here. We have a full moon on the 17th at 24 degrees in the sign of Aries, in exact opposition to the sun. That's what makes it the full moon. But it just so happens also to be in a conjunction with Chiron. Therefore, we also have the moon in a square to Mars, and also the opposition to the sun, and a conjunction to Chiron. So this is a very, very big dynamic. Now the sun, Mars, and Chiron will be in this T-square pretty much throughout the whole week. Even though the sun is moving 1 degree a day, it will still be in range of being in an opposition with Chiron for some time to come. But this is exact as of Monday the 14th. This is a really, really big day. And then it comes back into function, into focus on the 17th, when the moon comes into play. So this is something that I want to explore, because I really think that this opposition between Chiron and the sun are really showing the tension between you feeling comfortable to be yourself versus the discomfort of the stories that you've been living your life by, and what they might be bringing to your world right now. And as you're trying to sort of balance out you being you and wanting to be you versus the stories that are these very well rehearsed stories that are trying to pull you back into the you that you might have been in the past, there's a lot of tension. And also, Mars in his square to both Chiron and the sun is also animating it. So for instance, Mars in this part of your chart, in the sign of Cancer no less, is creating, I think, a discomfort in your body. So I do think the stories are likely to be playing out in your body. I also think the idea of who you want to be and how you want to be are also being played out in your body. So you're probably wanting to be quite physical in the way you're using your body. So where are these showing up? So that's the first thing I'm going to talk about. The other thing, the return of beauty, I really see as being to do with Venus. So Venus currently is in the sign of Scorpio, a fellow water sign, and she's coming into the time of going into Sagittarius. She'll be going into Sagittarius after the full moon on the same day. But prior to this, like right at the start of the week, she goes into an exact opposition with Uranus. Then on the 16th, is it? Yeah, the 16th, she goes into an exact trine with Neptune. And then on the day of the full moon, she makes a sextile to Pluto. So she is, the way I see it is Venus is getting a bit of an upgraded feeling. She is changing, she's evolving. So And she's also got this ongoing trine with Mars, which we've already been experiencing. You will have been experiencing that last week. So what does this mean? What I see, with all these planets pointing at Venus and then her moving into the sign of Sagittarius on the same day as the full moon, I really see that there is something going on about how we are relating to others, how we are experiencing grace and joy and love and beauty and flow. And abundance as well. She's highly abundant is Venus. So, this is really about the luxury in life, the beauty in life. And if we're taking it to look at like beauty and grace and peace, then she's also upgrading us in a spiritual way in this week ahead. So, yeah, I really see that you can deal with this, like notice the fears that are coming up and where you're warring in yourself. And then the second part of this is to notice where you might bring yourself greater levels of peace and love and joy and beauty. So let's start with the stories that are going on right now. So Chiron has been in this part of your chart for a long time. And this part of your chart has, I think, a lot to do with parents and also possibly the stronger parent, possibly the dad, the outer parent, the one that was teaching you how to live outside in the world and how to be a stand-up individual. Maybe through showing you completely the opposite, but it's the parent that is maybe the most commercial or the most worldly versus the other parent. It also represents our bosses and also our customers in many respects, like the feedback that we get from our customers, but definitely our bosses. It also shows us as an authority. Are we really sovereign in ourselves, or are we taking authority from many other people? So really showing your attitudes towards it. And this has been here for many years, well over 6 years. And during this time, Chiron has been showing you lots of discomfort about coming into your authority and like taking control, like allowing yourself to have authority and to resume authority in your life. So you might have been like thinking in terms of promotion, starting your own business, and how you will progress. I also think it shows how we feel rewarded. And so Chiron is showing us our core wounds and also what we master to become free of this energy, and the stories about this altogether. So you've been on a crash course to do with mastery, standing strong in the world and doing well. And having Chiron going through this part of your chart, I think, is likely to bring up any long-term confidence issues that you might have had, where you've doubted yourself, doubted your ability, doubted your capability to resolve things, where you've had problems with possibly over-parental people in your life, people who are really dominant and domineering. You might have been playing with submission quite a lot as well. So lots of things going on. Now, most of the time, Chiron is just going through this part of your chart, and you might just every now and again get a sense of maybe I'm not that confident, or maybe I shouldn't push myself, that kind of thing. But when a planet goes over it or comes into a square with it, or more, like the conjunction and the opposition, when something comes in opposite, it really creates a strong feeling. Now, it just so happens that the sun is obviously about your ego and how you choose to express yourself in the world, how you show your light. And so right now, as the sun is going through the fourth house, there's this desire to really examine the light in you, in terms of your ability to be a family or a householder, to be somebody who looks after their home, who loves having security. So you're really sort of encouraging yourself and identifying with this part of you that is more family based or home based and very, very comfortable in themselves. And yet there is this kind of something playing in the background, an old belief, an old story about how successful you are and what you may or may not choose to do to get that success. And it's playing opposite this part of your chart. So it's interesting, you know, as I see this week coming up for you, I just see that your desire is to be more in the family, more in the home, making improvements. And yet it feels like there's lots of distractions pulling you into the real world now, or not necessarily the real world, because arguably your home is, but pulling you into the world outside of your home. Now, you know, if you've already been through a lot of these challenges, the chances are whatever is coming up for you, in particular on Monday and Thursday, the 17th, will kind of awaken you to a feeling of discomfort. And maybe you might doubt yourself. You might second guess yourself before realizing, it's this again. How did I do it last time? How did I clear that pattern last time? I need to do something new. So you might go through this very sort of deliberate way of thinking. But if you have unrealized things about this, if you do have this ongoing trauma in terms of your boss, your work, your authority, how much power or status you have in the world, then this could be quite devastating. You know, you may well have something going on like, I'm only good enough for home. You know, I'm only people here can see me as being successful, and anyone outside of my home doesn't see me like that. And it could relate back to not feeling good enough in terms of your parents, in terms of a headmaster, a teacher, you know, somebody in a position of authority. Now, like I said earlier, Mars in this part of your chart is really empowering you and really wanting you to work through things in quite a physical way. So you may well find that any, you know, if, for instance, if you did have issues when you went to school, for instance, not feeling good enough, you might have had IBS, say, when you're at school, or, you know, like these nervous reactions in your body from having to go to school or having to compete or being found out as not good enough or failing a test or whatever it is that plays in the back of your mind. So just be wary of that. If you are starting to get some of these symptoms again, these symptoms of low level anxiety or breathlessness or feeling, I'm not good enough, someone's going to find me out, like breaking out in a sweat or something, then it's worth sitting down calmly with a cool glass of water and examine which of your thoughts led you to this particular place. Now, it's your choice if you want to labor it and, you know, sort of like go into a deep analysis of it. Or, you know, it might just be enough to recognize what's going on, to recognize this feeling of discomfort. It's not comfortable, is it, when you don't feel like you've got everything that you need to be able to stand in the world? And here's the thing that I'd love for you to remember if you are feeling awkward, and that is the sun is moving away. Within a week, it will have moved away from here. The next planet that will come into opposition with Chiron will be Mars. And that's going to take a really long time before Mars even comes around here. Obviously, the moon does this once a month as well. So, you know, you are coming out of a very intense Chiron phase. I will say that this particular full moon on the 17th of October is very similar in its feel to the total solar eclipse on the 8th of April. So if you are going through some kind of loss of faith in yourself around, you know, early April into sort of mid-April, you know, what's going on now might actually relate back to a project that was started in April, you know. So there is this, you know, I always think with the full moons and new moons, and I often see them coming in pairs or, you know, kind of working their way out slowly but surely. So I do see that some of the things that you were maybe working on back in April are due to be worked out and understood finally. You know, you could really get some breakthrough on this if you choose to. Now, what is Venus hinting at in terms of your ability to move into beauty, move into flow, move into grace, and things get easier? So the first thing that is coming up is the opposition, which is exact on the 14th. So there's this opposition between Uranus and Venus. Now, Venus in Scorpio in the 5th is actually a little bit possessive over what she's been creating. So you may well have found that you've wanted to create a lot. You've been sort of excited in your own space, really loving what you're doing, but maybe not wanting to share it out. You know, you've wanted to keep it all real sort of close, a bit like, I suppose, a Cancer watching her crabs, or a Scorpion, you know, watching her babies. You know, like scorpions I've seen images of scorpions with all her babies on her back and stuff. So, you know, scorpions want to keep it all really tight. You know, it's known as being quite a possessive sign. And interestingly, Uranus going through the sign of Taurus in the 11th is really showing, I think, a lot of instability and lots and lots of ideas coming from outside of your own creative persona. So, for instance, you might have lots of friends and networks right now that are giving you lots of ideas, lots of big schemes, lots of programs or things to get linked into, lots of ways to collaborate. And actually right now you're more in this space of wanting to guard everything that you've got as if they are your babies. And if you are a mum or a dad, you might want to be keeping your babies, your children safe right now, especially when it feels like authorities or people on the outside of your experience are getting curious. You know, they're getting a bit too close, and, you know, the Venus Scorpio stings getting ready to attack. So you may well feel this very sudden need to kind of break off from authority or friendships or anyone that you're networked with who are trying to feed you their ideals. In fact, really sort of cram their ideals into your being. Now, one of the things with Uranus and Venus in opposition, you know, you've got the energy of connection and relatability, and you know, everything coming together. And also you've got that very sort of jagged energy of Uranus, which can separate things. And it's interesting, like the contrast between the two. I actually think in this part of the chart, in this very sort of very creative part of the chart, you might actually find that you're able to protect your people, your projects, maybe by not cutting off so much. You know, maybe your desire to keep them all to yourself or to be a bit possessive is too much of an independence, you know, and it's kind of going against the grain. You might actually need to involve other people, you know, to connect with other people. Sure enough that you probably want to stay away from anyone that appears to be disruptive to your creative process, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater is what I would say. Is like, don't cut off from everyone, but just be very, I guess, discerning as to who you let in. Because obviously down here, what you're protecting down here, you know, with your Venus energy is something that's absolutely dear to your heart. It's what you've birthed. Even if we're just talking, you know, about your creative energy, you know, I mean, obviously, if you've got children, you know, I don't know many parents that aren't going to stand up really firmly and, you know, put a barricade in between them and some marauding force. But yeah, I guess what I'm saying is this is a time when you might find that you can connect and collaborate with people at a very, very deep level. Now, this is interesting because this is also bringing up a feeling of trust, like bringing up trust as an issue, because, you know, Venus in Scorpio, I think, can be trustworthy, but doesn't want to trust everyone. You know, trust is a big thing for Venusian types. And in the sign of Scorpio, with the depth and, you know, the depth of love that you might have for somebody, I think there can be this very strong fear that it might all kind of break down, that you might lose your loved ones. So this is a really, really big, like, worry. Now, as this week progresses, on the 16th, Neptune comes into an exact trine with Venus. And I think this is where faith starts to come in. There is this very strong feeling of the power of prayer, the power of manifestation, the power of intention, the power of meditation, the power of, you know, whatever you're putting your mind to, but in particular your heart, what you're putting your feelings to in a constructive way is absolutely super strong. So you could use this power and this energy to create waves of protection around those that you seek to protect or what you want to protect. Also, Neptune here is really giving you like a feeling of being dialed into the cosmos, being dialed into intuition, supreme truth and knowledge. Now, this is also something that's going to transform, because the next day, you know, we've got the full moon, and then the energies of our childhood wounding, maybe not being good enough to get the job done, is also added into the mix. thankfully, Pluto is also in a sextile to Venus, really giving some core strength. To me, it feels like there might be a very powerful person around you that you can rely on, that maybe you'd forgotten about, maybe you didn't want to bother them, but you have a lot more powerful people around you than you realize. And then after the full moon, Venus will head into the sign of Sagittarius. This is when things lighten up a little bit. As Venus goes into Sagittarius, you're less interested in trust, but a lot more interested in truth. Trust implies some kind of morality on somebody else, that people are going to behave in a certain way. It puts expectations into the whole way of thinking. Whereas if you're just talking about truth, that's very different. Anyone can be truthful. Truth isn't owned necessarily. It's something that you can experience. So I think as Venus comes into this part of your chart, you start to feel a bit more optimistic, a bit more separated from that kind of, can I trust you? Like putting people in one of those binds, where and you might have been in one of these binds, or you might have done one of these binds, but it's not uncommon for a sort of Cancer and Scorpio motif than to test your partners and really, really test them over and over for their loyalty or for their determination to stick it with you, to stay with you. You can really put up these massive tests and challenges for people that often create the opposite effect, whereby people are like, why are you trusting me? Like, why are you testing me? If you don't trust me, we shouldn't be together, So I think by the time Venus moves, it's a good move because you're ready to move on from the heaviness of the expectations of really what you're looking for in your partners, and some of the heaviness surrounding your projects. So I think the beauty for you is coming in because you're learning to trust, and learning to sort of experience the truth of your connections, and coming out of this place of holding on to everything. So for me, as I'm looking at this, I think you're learning to share. And now, I mean, that's a really funny thing to say to a Cancerian. You rule by the moon. Cancerians are known as being very, very soft and wanting to go out on a limb for anyone around them. So please don't be offended if I say you're learning to share. What I mean is you're learning to share at a much deeper level. So yeah, there's a return of beauty as you're letting go of the possessiveness. And then when you look back here to the fears that might be going on, some of those fears might be that people will leave you, or that you won't be good enough. You won't be good enough for the situation. You won't be good enough for the relationship. So it's a massive dynamic coming on this week. So there you go, Cancer. I hope that's helpful, in terms of sort of diagnosing what might be going on in the background and what might be a treatment or a cure for you. So just look at how you can get support and share the situation with people and come away from trust, but head towards truth. Stop testing the people around you so much. Anyway, have a great week and speak to you real soon. Connect with you soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Leo. So this is a sort of philosophical, psychological forecast for the week ahead, starting Monday, the 14th of October, and going right the way through to Sunday, the 20th of October. If you're wanting more of a day-to-day forecast where I, say, oh, this is happening on this day, and this is happening on this day, and this leads on to this, then you'll find the first part of this video a lot more instructional. Just have a look at day-to-day forecast. But for the real sort of Leo energy, the Leo side of this, how I want to work with this is to talk about the polarity that's going on this week. So it would appear that we are in a kind of war of fears right now, that there are lots of things to be frightened about, lots of people telling us about things that we should be frightened of or wary of, or this might happen, that might happen. There's a lot that we could be anxious about right now. And the other thing that I'm noticing is this opportunity, like this return to beauty, this return to grace, a return to peace, a return to the flow of goodness. So, you've got like fears versus love in many respects. And that's what I really want to explore. Now, what's also interesting is obviously your ruling planet Now, I don't know if you're listening with Leo ascendant, your Leo sun, or your Leo moon. I don't know what part of Leo has brought you here today, but the energy of Leo is ruled by the sun, and the sun is really in a bit of a pickle this week. The sun is moving into an exact square with Mars and also an exact opposition with Chiron, all on the 14th. That's Monday the 14th. And so that is a motif that is going on for the rest of this week. The sun in a T-square to Mars and Chiron. It's very painful. It's not very easy. It's kind of tight. It's very frustrating. And it's really bringing up lots of things to do with our identity. If you think the sign of Leo and the sun are very much about, the energy that we're radiating, how we are shining our light. Like if we just take the sun, like right now in Libra, we are all being encouraged to shine our light more and more in terms of ways that are balanced and equal, and diplomatic, but also creative and beautiful, because obviously Venus is the ruler of Libra. So, so there's this kind of, it's like solar sort of energy, and also picking up on some of the sort of Venusian themes as well. But, so you might be wanting to shine your light in your local community, be seen as somebody who is shining light, absolutely enjoy being yourself, being really quite unplugged, being slightly louder than usual, being very, very gracious and charming, and absolutely meeting everyone, like really being quite social. This is quite a social time. And yet there is this kind of alter ego or this slightly different sort of feeling going on. Like Chiron here in the 9th house is interesting because Chiron shows us our wounds and what we have to heal for ourselves. And they could be psychological wounds, physical wounds. Chiron also shows us where we've like healed ourselves, where we don't need to be wounded anymore. It really shows us how we can pull ourselves back together and to come forwards. I really think that Chiron shows us where we feel vulnerable mostly. And so there's a vulnerability about being outside of what is cozy and understood. Where the sun is right now and where you're expressing yourself is in the sort of company of people that might understand you in your locality, maybe in your niche, in your career. There is a familiarity. You're very comfortable in what you know. And Chiron right now is bringing up this vulnerability about what you don't know and what is foreign to you and what is on the periphery but not really experienced. Now, Chiron has been in this part of your chart for a long time. So I'm pretty sure you would have experienced this quite a few times, like these moments maybe where things spread too quickly, too far away from you, too far away from where you can protect them or control them. So projects may be getting out of hand. Also, like the 9th house is about broadcasting. It's also about spirituality, philosophy, law, politics. So it's also about the higher mind. So you might also have some feeling of insecurity about being able to make it in the intellectual world and maybe in the spiritual world. So there's a lot of comfort in what is familiar and a lot of discomfort ready to be mastered about where you feel things are unfamiliar. So you might choose to, if you're feeling a bit uncomfortable at the beginning of this week, you might choose to ask yourself, what's going on? Like, where has this come from? And the square between the sun and Chiron to Mars in this part of your chart is giving you access to painful memories, to these sudden like bursts of knowledge or insight or a feeling of, oh my God, that's it, like this kind of sudden, and it might be felt very physically as well, and also the feeling there's nothing you can do about it because it happened in the past. What action can I take? Mars here can be a bit disempowered. So you might realize there's something going on, but really not have the wherewithal to do something about it. So yeah, there's a vulnerability here. I think it could very well be, a vulnerability about not cutting it in the intellectual world. Maybe that, and maybe you've over compensated and you've spent more of your time studying or more of your time being clever as a communicator so that you can cut it in the intellectual world. But actually underneath it all is this underlying belief, yeah, maybe I'm actually not good enough. Maybe I'm not quite, maybe I can't quite cut it in the world of broadcasting, you know, or in terms of my political prowess or how I understand the world. You know, maybe I'm not awakened enough and things like that. Maybe I'm not foreign enough, or, you know, all these different sort of far away concepts that you're having difficulty integrating. So all this is a lack of integration. So, you know, I think, you know, as far as this T-square happens in your chart, I think you're quite blessed that it's in these houses. There are worse houses to have this going on. To me, what I really am picking up is just a feeling of insecurity about your ability, and also possibly an insecurity about being far away from home at the moment. So, you know, if you can cast your mind back to where that may have come from, you know, like, did you, like, I don't know, like, if you had a moment of being ridiculed for getting something wrong, or being at the wrong place at the wrong time and getting lost, that could really, you know, set something going. But whatever is going on, I think you will be able to come to terms with, or coach yourself out of. Now, the beautiful part of this, you know, because like we could focus on the fears and insecurities. I think it's just worth being aware of it. So if you feel it and you're like, oh, Louisa said that might happen. I recognize this now. Then, you know, I think that's helpful. So you know what you're moving away from, and you know what you might be asking yourself about. You know, if you get those little pangs or twinges of insecurity. The next thing is to work out, well, where is beauty coming back to me in my life? How does it want to be expressed right now? And it's showing up in this part of your chart. Like Venus right now is very much at home. You know, Venus wants to express her joy of being home, her joy of feeling complete, her joy of knowing who she is and who she belongs to. She's wanting to have these lovely experiences with family or friends, or, you know, whoever you share your home with, or neighbors, you know, if you don't have people like living with you. It's this feeling of belonging, I think, that's really coming up. Now, what's interesting is, you know, in this week ahead, you know, there's all these planets feeding into Venus, showing her other ways that she can express the sense of belonging. And as we go through the week, on the day of the full moon, she makes her final connection to Pluto, and then heads off into Sagittarius. So this is something that we need to ponder. So first of all, on the 14th, you've got this opposition between Uranus and Venus. Now, Uranus here is saying, yeah, it's okay to be independent. And Uranus has been here for quite a while. You know, Uranus has been getting you to do lots of far out things in your career, being quite unconventional, getting free from normal working practices, maybe going independent, maybe getting rid of your sponsors, or whatever. You're cutting ties with people that might help you in your career because you're wanting to go it alone. And so, you know, for a lot of people with a very strong Leo motif, you'd have been ever so independent and cutting support systems so that you feel free enough to make your own decisions. And yet Venus down here absolutely wants to be integral, wants to be part of the experience. She doesn't want independence. You know, what she's been fighting for years, you know, to be seen as brilliant, seen as a genius, seen as an independent person of her own stature. Right down here, like the Venus experience is actually, I just want to be looked after. I want to be at home. I want to be around the people that know me. And so there's this real big pull. You may well feel the pressure of having to come out of your home and go and stand in the world. And right now you might just want to hide away. You might just want to be home and to feel really grounded at home. So I think that's a real part of this. You know, Mars has been in a long-term trine with Venus, you know, for the last week and a half, maybe. And this is persisting throughout this week. You know, Mars is like stirring up a few old childhood memories, again, the best place for you to experience those from is from the safety and comfort of your own home. And then Neptune on the 16th, the day before full moon, is making a perfect trine to Venus. Now, to me, this is the classic moment to go into prayer or exaltation or meditation or a coaching call, if that works best. But, you know, there is some very deep, reverent work and energy that you can tap into on that day. You know, this could be a moment of higher understanding, a moment of higher love, where you get to understand some of the bigger patterns that have been going on at home and within your whole family, like the lineage of your family, like understanding the underlying, you know, you may well find that this problem here to do with your intellect and how you can like make it in the world, or how you chose to get out into the world, and you know, did you fake it until you made it? You may well find it's part of a longer term family pattern. So I get the feeling that whatever you've been trying to work through, actually what's coming up is the beauty, the knowledge of, I need to be home. When I'm home, I can feel more secure. I can sort things out for myself. I can see where this pattern comes from now. It's not just me. I'm not alone. I've been the leading edge of this pattern for my ancestors. I'm getting this done for my ancestors. And then on the 17th, when we get the full-on full moon, I'll talk about that in a sec, Pluto is in a sextile to Venus, really, I think, offering the transformation of what it is you're working on. You know, so this is giving you the freedom to move completely beyond this. And then later on that day, after the full moon, Venus moves into the sign of Sagittarius. And then things should lighten up quite a bit. You shouldn't be feeling quite so serious. So I really think for you in this week ahead, Monday to Thursday and a little bit of Friday morning feel quite intense. And then as Venus goes into the sign of Sagittarius, you're so much more amenable and ready to connect with people, create, hang out with children if you've got children. You know, it's time to connect and boost up your levels of joy and focus on your joy. Now, before I go, I do want to talk about this full moon, and there will be a separate full moon reading, but for the sake of what this is representing in terms of this week, you know, this T-square was set up and went exact on the 14th, so Monday the 14th. And the moon was here on Monday the 14th. By the time we get to Thursday the 17th, the moon is exactly opposite the sun, thereby triggering the full moon. And it just so happens that the moon is in a conjunction with Chiron. So whatever you have been feeling insecure about is likely to get reawakened at the time of the full moon. Now, I want to just remind you to look back to what was going on for you around the beginning of April. On the 8th of April, we had the total solar eclipse. And on that day, you had the sun and the moon and Chiron all at, I think, 21 degrees in the sign of Aries, really, really close to this full moon. So I really think that also what was going on then is coming up to be completed on. You know, I really think whatever it is, this like theme, this insecurity, whatever it is you've been working on this year, you're done with it. It's like you're ready to draw a line under it, to recognize that the gift here is like, don't be too independent, like be at home, allow some people in, and be kind and meditative with yourself. And all of a sudden things are going to unravel, like these patterns are due to unravel so that you can move forwards, and move forwards you will. So I think this is quite an exciting time for you. I think you're about to let go of something that will allow you to stand higher in your career, actually. Like if you imagine you've got something that you might feel insecure about in terms of your how, I don't know, how expanded you are, how spiritual you are, how political you are, how philosophical, how intellectual you are. Like how can you like think things through for yourself and be recognized for your beautiful mind? I actually think as this moment passes, you'll be asking yourself, how can I be seen for my beautiful heart? How can I be seen for my beautiful contribution? in the world? How can I finally judge myself, or maybe let myself not be judged by these erroneous standards that actually make no difference to me at all? How can I just see the beauty in what I'm contributing and what I'm doing? And when you get to that stage, I think you will have won this week. So there you go, Leos. I hope that's really helpful for you. Sending you lots of love. Have a great week ahead, and catch up with you real soon. Hey there, Virgo. How are you doing this week? I hope you're doing well. So this is a forecast taking you from Monday, the 14th of October, right the way through to Sunday, the 20th of October. And I'm not focusing so much on the day-to-day in this particular forecast. If you want more of a day-to-day breakdown of how the week is looking, then look at the day-to-day forecast, which is a generic forecast for everyone. In this forecast, what I want to focus on are the very two sort of separate energies that I see playing out this week. One of them is this is like fearfulness, and almost like a war of fears, almost like it feels like there's people out there trying to scare you. And I recognize in myself that as I say that, I'm one of them, in fact. But I'm all I'm trying to do is like help you see that there may be fears coming at you or things going on to induce fears deliberately. And then there is also, I see this energy of a return to beauty, you know, this feeling of a return to grace, a return to intuition, or a return to our natural self, you know, a feeling of goodness. And so there's this two very strong feelings that are playing out right now. So where are they, and what can I say about them? Well, I guess what I should say right from word go is, you know, the moon starts in Pisces and goes through to Gemini in the course of this week. Midway on Thursday, the 17th, we've got the full moon. And as you can see, the full moon appears to be slotting into this pattern. So what is this pattern? First of all, well, this is the T-square between the Sun and Chiron and Mars. And that is exact on the 14th, really strong. And it will be felt throughout the whole week because, you know, the Sun is slowly moving away and Mars is moving even more slowly away. But, you know, this is essentially a dynamic going on all week. But then on the 17th, the moon comes in to join the party. And by party, you know, it's not a party you necessarily want the moon to come to. But it's also the full moon on that day, you know, so the moon and the sun are in complete opposition, as they always are at the time of the full moon. And the moon is in a conjunction with Chiron. Now, earlier this year, we had a similar kind of, you know, lineup. We had the total solar eclipse on the 8th of April, which was a conjunction between the sun and the moon and Chiron all at the same degree, like really tight. So it wouldn't surprise me if whatever was going on back in April is either coming back for you to think about and reflect on, or you're closing it down altogether. You know, so whatever you were going through in terms of your emotional and physical behaviors to do with wounds, insecurities, things that you were trying to get over at that particular time, there is this opportunity to move forwards sort of quite spectacularly, in fact. And the fact that the sun is in opposition to Chiron all week is I think going to help that, although it may well bring up a bit of tightness. So, you know, the sun is representing how you're expressing yourself. The sun is there to show you how you are lighting the world up with your light, how you're sharing your gifts, how you are standing in your power. You know, like, why are you here? You know, the sun really is showing your purpose. You know, we all have our sun somewhere. And I think the sun does go to describe, you know, one of the things that we are here to do, like one of our karmic gifts, I think. So you may well be wondering in terms of your identity. You know, the sun represents you, your personality. So at some level, with Chiron in an opposition to the sun, I think there's a challenge to your personality. And it's something from the past that you've probably forgotten about or hoped to forget about, or something from the past that you didn't quite cut away from, or separate or actually integrate into your new persona. So you may well have sort of felt, oh, this is a bit too vulnerable, which is a real it's a real marker for Chiron, is vulnerability. So if you're feeling vulnerable, it's a Chiron thing. There was something in the past that you probably felt very vulnerable about. And so rather than integrate it and kind of love it back into your persona, you probably thought, yikes, that's too ouchy. No, can't have that. And you've kind of locked that part of yourself away. So I really think there is this energy coming up to be integrated, or at least, at the very least, understood. Now, the sun here is about how you're earning money and how you are creating wealth for yourself, but also how you feel accomplished in yourself. You know, do you feel like you are rewarded for what you do? Do you feel like you're seen for what you do? What's your self-esteem like right now? And, you know, if your self-esteem is linked into your earnings and your potential, what does that mean for you right now? Because these two are absolutely linked through this house. Now, where Chiron is, and later where the full moon is going to be, it's in this place of shared values, shared wealth. And so it's also how much money your partner earns, what expenditures that you have together. It also represents inheritances that come into you from family members or from your partner. And also like things like banks, you know, insurance things, stocks and shares, investments and stuff like that. You know, anything where you have money associated with another person or another entity where it's not fully in your control, like as these are my earnings. You know, so tax also comes here because it's like your earnings, but that belong to somebody else. So there's a bit of vulnerability here. So I don't know where in your life you felt poor or not able to cut it in terms of what your partner might think, what your family might think. But I think I think this opposition between the sun and Chiron is likely to bring up a little bit of discomfort in terms of the values that you're putting on your financial prowess, in terms of how much you earn, whether that's a good representation of what good it is that you're wanting to bring your talents in the world to, you know, like, what are you trying to show the world right now? And are they paying you for it? Are they celebrating you or not? You know, so I think there's some wounding there about, you know, am I worthy? Am I making a difference? Am I seen? Am I heard? Am I felt? Am I appreciated? Now, these two areas also, this is about how you value yourself, but this is how other people value you. And it's also about other people's expectations that they might have on you. So this 8th house also brings up some really mucky stuff like shame, blame, guilt, anger, resentment, like really deep stuff. And so as the sun comes into this opposition, it's like, boom, all of a sudden these two are aligned. And then whatever grot that Chiron is representing in the dark recesses of your mind, you know, the things that you kind of ignore as much as you can, but every now and again you get this like trigger alert. All of a sudden the sun lines up and it's like all of a sudden these two planets can communicate. And it feels like all of a sudden these triggers, you're seeing them, feeling them. So there's some things to shift for sure. Now, what's also adding into this is your connections, your networks, in particular people you might work with, your colleagues, people that you've met through work, might also be organizations that you do stuff with, maybe if you volunteer or something like that, or if you're committed to something. There is this energy of collaboration, you know, so you might be collaborating, you might share a dream goal with a whole bunch of other people. So there's a lot of idealism here, and where you are having idealistic like where you're idealistic and letting your ideals lead the way, you might find that that's causing some pain. You know, if you are somebody who is a creator and also somebody wanting to create for the good of humanity, and you don't feel like you're understood and also that you're judged by your family, this is a recipe for much much discomfort if you want to allow that to create discomfort. But what you might choose to do instead is to recognize, yeah, I can see this. I feel this. I understand what you're talking about. I know something like this is going on. So, what I think this week is really showing is where you might be overcompensating. Like my first question is, why are you wanting to work in such a way that it's to create a greater good? Is that desire to do that purely coming from a place of this is absolutely what I'm committed to, or is there something underneath that which is, I'm going to show you who I am. I need to show you who I am. I'm going to be good. I'm absolutely going to be good. I have to be good. Is this coming from an underlying conflict about your worthiness? Because if it is, this is likely to not only feel a bit blown up on Monday, but also when the moon comes by, and when the moon swings by, obviously full moon and Chiron connected is really quite painful. When I've looked at the charts of people who've got their moon in an exact conjunction with Chiron, that's painful. It really pulls on a really deep wound, like a real sort of sharp feeling of insecurity and unworthiness. So it's worth unpicking it. It's also worth not taking it too seriously. Just think, okay, obviously I haven't quite got this right yet. This is feeling a little uncomfortable. However, I'm glad it's shown up because now I can do something about it. Because, most of the time these patterns go on completely unobserved. And so you could spend the rest of your life overproducing. I realize I'm guilty of this myself, by the way, but you may well find yourself overproducing, being overly good, overly doing your compensation, so that you are proving to yourself that you are okay, that you are worthy, and that everyone else is wrong. And you're providing the evidence so that people will see you for who you are. Trouble is, in my experience, and I've done this over and over again, when you find that experience of how good you are, and you rarely get that pat on the head. Yeah, good girl. You've done a great job. No. And that's because people don't realize that's what's going on. It's your own thing that's playing out. So this is a difficult one, and one that could really, if you let it take hold and you're not able to get there quick enough, you might find that you go on a bit of a spiral this week and feel completely useless and worthless, valueless. And actually, that's not the purpose of this. I think this is here to show you you're taking this too seriously. You're never going to change how people think about you. At the very least you can do is invite them to think differently about you, but then leave them the hell alone. Just enjoy your life, do what you want. And you might find that you still choose to work and do great things, and always work to make things better, and maybe have a shared view as to how you want to be in the world, and support other great people. So you might still choose to do that, but you'll be doing it from a different place. You'll be doing it from a place of choice rather than survival strategy. And can you see the difference there? One, if you're doing it as a survival strategy, it's life or death. It feels life or death. If you get it wrong, it's a huge collapse of how you feel about yourself. Whereas if you're doing it from a place of choice, there's freedom, there's possibility, there's space, and that's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful when you can do it from there. And this is where I'm coming to, the bit of beauty. So Venus here, she's interacting with Mars, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, and then she's changing signs. Now, Venus is really strong here. She's showing us where you can find the beauty, where you can get back into your beauty, back into your mojo. When she starts this week, she is already in a trine with Mars. So she's already realizing that she's got a lot of strengths within the community, that she's got a lot of friendships. There's a lot of people that value her, a lot of people that love her. Venus here is showing that she's got a lot of loyalty, because Venus is in the sign of Scorpio as well. So this is absolutely ramping up the feeling of appreciation. There are lots of people who value you for who you are. And there are people from far away that actually value you for who you are and see where you belong. So I actually think you're on a journey of belonging rather than being of value. You know, do you deserve to have a good life, or are you actually belonging? And that's your evidence that actually you are meant to be here, you know? So I think here she's showing you that you belong. Now, the opposition with Uranus that's happening on the 14th. So the 14th and the 17th are the difficult days. 14th, a lot of these patterns come in. On the 17th, we've got the same pattern with the full moon. But on the 14th, Uranus is exactly in opposition with Venus. And here you're realizing the true cost of being a wayward person. So anywhere where you've used the strategy of getting away, escaping, being different, having a different philosophy to the people that you grew up around, whether you were right to do it or not, you know, I mean, you've made choices to be independent, and that independence has given you a much better life. You know, it's given you much better options, and it took away from the immediate pain. And that immediate pain was, maybe I don't belong. Maybe I'm not of value. And so Uranus up here is really showing you, you can carry on in this independent way, and you can carry on building your goodness, your deservability in an intellectual way, in a worldly way, in a philosophical and spiritual way. However, when you focus on the externalized adulation and being seen from afar, you're missing the point that there are people really close nearby who would love to see you, who would love to relate to you, like to you, not the conceptual you, but the real you, the local you. And so I think what's actually going on for you in this week is you've got a chance to review how you can be a local character, review how you can belong to your locality and feel it and know it. Even if it's just smiling more at people. It's like you don't actually, what's really being proven to you is you don't have to have your winning formula of getting away to be seen in the world. You actually don't need this. I mean, you can use it, but you don't need it because you're already enough and you already belong here. Now, Neptune in the trine to Venus on the 16th is showing that there are some higher minded, higher vibrational people around you who will also be proving your value and appreciating you. And it's also a really great time, like Venus and Neptune are lovingly aspirational. They're opening up the energy for I don't know, Christ consciousness, whatever you want to call it, like this beautiful manifestatory kind of energy. So prayer, meditation, intention work is all really, really strong. And so anything you can do to feel connected to your fellow human, anything you can do to feel the connection, especially with people who you don't feel connected to. If you're trying to connect with people, feel the warmth, feel the certainty, feel that knowing of a connection between you, even if it's just etheric, if you're connecting it in your mind. But put out some good mojo for yourself, because, you know, there are people from your everyday experience, from your networks and from your life who all value you. And you don't have to escape. They don't want you to escape. They want to find you here. They want to know where you are. They want to get to know you. And then on the day of the full moon, when, you know, this sort of worthiness sort of picture can blow up, there's the final connection between Venus and Pluto, and that is really showing you it's time to transform that and let that story go. Like, let it go. You don't need it anymore. You've outgrown it. You've proven to yourself your value, and I think you really see the truth of what's been going on. And then Venus goes into Sagittarius, and then I think things get a bit lighter, a lot lighter, in fact. And you can feel a lot more lighter and inspired at home, and feel more creative at home, maybe beautify it a little bit. It's a good time to put your feet up for a little bit, give yourself a well-earned break. You like really revel in being you and enjoy being home, enjoy being around your loved ones. enjoy being around the nature of your home or your pets, or just, like I said, like beautify it. Just do something to feel luxurious at home. So there's a lot of themes going on. It's likely to bring up a lot of work for you. Your ruling planet is in the sign of Scorpio, so like your thinking is super intense right now, but again, it is still pointing to this like belonging to a community. So there you go. Hope that is helpful in understanding some of the fears and also how you can get back into your beauty. Lots of love to you. Have a great week ahead, and maybe catch you another time. Bye for now. Hey there, Libra. So this is a forecast for you, taking you from Monday, the 14th of October, right the way through to Sunday, the 20th of October. Now, if you're after a day-by-day forecast, like really broken down, then I suggest you go to the day-by-day forecast chapter earlier on, where I really look at the sort of planetary weather. In this one, I want to talk about the two very different patterns that I'm seeing in this week ahead. One of them is about fears, and also the mechanisms that might be causing those fears, of which I think there are a lot of stories going on, personal stories, and also there's a lot of actual stresses and things that could cause great anxiety in the world as well. And then the other part of it is, how can you come back into balance? How can you come back into beauty? How can you come into grace and that feeling that life is good? Like really, life is good. So yeah, here's where I see it all happening. So the fears are really showing up here. And this T-square is going on all week from the 14th right the way through to the 20th. The sun is here exactly in an opposition to Chiron on Monday, the 14th, exactly in a square to Mars on the 14th as well. So they're sort of vibing. I'll talk about that in a sec. Weirdly, like the moon just happens to be going this direction. And just so happens to, when it comes into the full moon on the 17th, boom, there we are. It's in a conjunction with Chiron. Now, that might sound familiar. If you remember back to the total solar eclipse on the 8th of April, you might remember that the eclipse was the sun and the moon and Chiron all at 21 degrees, I think, in the sign of Aries. So you've got the moon and Chiron here, and then the sun over here. Again, the same three planets working together. To me, this is a continuation of that theme that was existing already back in April. So I don't know what it was that was going on for you at that time. I know for me it was the total solar eclipse right on my natal Chiron. So to me, it's like my Chiron return, like a real acknowledgement of it. So this is interesting. You know, this full moon is likely to stir some of those earlier thoughts and feelings. Now, if we also focus on the fact that Chiron is known as a wounded healer, but I also think he shows us where we come to mastery. He shows us where we feel vulnerable first, but when we face that vulnerability, we come into that place of beautiful mastery. So there's some really big stirring stuff coming on here. And then the beauty, the return of beauty, I really see the power of what's going on. So we've got Mars in a trine to Venus. That's been going on for a week and a half. Then on the 14th, when this all comes into play, Uranus is exactly in opposition to Venus. So that's going to be quite a dynamic force as well. And then on the 16th, we've got Neptune in an exact trine to Venus. And then on the day of the full moon, on the 17th, Pluto comes into a sextile with Venus, and then Venus moves into the sign of Sagittarius. So as you can see, the 14th is one of these big days, and the 17th is also a big day in this week ahead. So let's talk about these now then. So the sun is here in your first, this is showing how you want to be seen, your ego, your personality, how you feel in your body, how you express your body. Usually, when the sun is in our own sign, we are feeling a little bit more confident than usual. We're coming back into our normal pattern. Things are, I think, starting to make a bit more sense. It feels like, I always think when the sun is coming back here, we are coming into our personal new year. Obviously, that's not an astrological year that starts in the spring equinox. But for me, I think when the sun crosses over this part of our chart and comes here, we are in our flow. We are back on track. Now, it just so happens that the sun is emphasizing and opposing Chiron. So Chiron's been in this part of your chart for a long time. That's difficult because it's an area to do with relationships. And so you may have found in recent times that it feels like you've done all the hard work in your relationships. There's been a lot of pain in your relationships. Maybe the people around you have been quite wounded and you've had to deal with them, maybe physically wounded as well, because Chiron isn't just about psychological issues, but also about health issues. So you may well have experienced a sort of downplay on health in your partners and had to cope with that. You might have had to be putting in a lot more effort than your partners. In fact, it feels like the energy of it has rested on your shoulders, and that's difficult, you know, carrying the weight of the relationship on your shoulders. And so as you come into this week, you know, this is, I think, a source of concern. What's also difficult is that Mars is in a square to the Sun and also Chiron. So Mars in a square to Chiron, to me, it shows conflict between your work and your relationships. Almost like work is too much. You know, work is affecting your relationships and your relationships are affecting work, almost as if they're competitive with each other. You know, whether you're like where your partner wants your attention, but your work wants your attention. And it's like, wow, I can't do both of you at the same time. That's really hard. And here's the thing, you know, your work is really asking you to be there. And yet the Sun here is really asking you to focus on yourself. And so as this week progresses, you're getting more and more resentful about the calls, the call to action that you're getting from your bosses or your, you know, the stakeholders to do with your work, or your audience. You're also feeling the pressure from your partners. And really all you want to do is look after yourself and take your tender heart back into a beautiful embrace. Like you really want to embrace yourself and love yourself and look after yourself. So this is a tough one. What you may find is coming up is this belief that it's always you that has to go the extra mile. It's always you. It has to be you. Can't be anyone else. You don't get your needs met. Everyone else gets their needs met. And this is difficult because as the Sun comes in here, this is your time to get your needs met. Absolutely it is. And I think this lineup is going to create the necessary stress for you to finally say, okay, I give up. I'm not going to give up. But I realize that if I don't give to myself, I'm going to go crazy. I'm going to go bananas. And I'm going to do something I regret. So I absolutely recommend that you see what's going on, but see that love can only happen here first. It has to come in here first. You have to give to yourself first, because otherwise you'll be a dried up old husk in no time at all. And then you just get blown away by some little bit of a little breeze, and there you'll go. You'll blow away this dried up husk of yourself because you've given everything away to everyone else, but not kept enough for yourself. And this is a really hard lesson. And you know, I think what's coming up is, where has that come from? And I would imagine it's come from the past. You know, the feeling that there's demands that you're needing to meet that you can't meet, and as a child you take that personally. It's really hard to have grown up adult responsibilities on your shoulders where you're expected to behave in a certain way, and then feeling the disappointment from people when you haven't met their mark. That's deeply painful for a growing child. So be conscious of where this is showing up, and be aware that whatever is coming up around there, especially on the 14th, and especially when the moon is here as well, it's good to give yourself some time either side of those days. It's good to give yourself a break from everyone so that you can focus on yourself. If I had one piece of advice for you right now, Libra, it would be book yourself on a retreat. Just get out, get yourself on a lovely retreat. No expense spared. Like seriously, or if you can't do that, at least get yourself a pedicure or a reflexology or a massage. Just do something really nice for yourself. Really, truly, it's almost I don't want to say a matter of life or death, because that's terrible. But I think what you need to do right now is to prove to yourself that you are important, and you are enough. You don't have to be special. You don't have to be the most beautiful. You don't have to be the most accomplished. In fact, you don't need to be anything other than yourself, and you are enough. You truly are enough. And you know, if you can absolutely prove that to yourself by loving yourself, that would be amazing, really, truly amazing. But if you can't, here's how the return to beauty may well show up anyway. So like I said, Venus is proving or showing you where you need to be. Now, Venus has been in this part of your chart for a while, and it's a bit difficult. You know, this is a part of your earnings, and also how you value yourself. Like, do you think you're valuable? You know, and Venus coming through here can sometimes show that you can earn more, and hopefully you can raise your own level of self-esteem. In fact, Venus is in the perfect place really to get you to focus on you. Truly, this is good. But Venus does tend to get a little bit jealous here and a bit possessive. So you might be wanting to feel like you are coveted. You might be wanting to feel special. You might want to also like also because of the Scorpio theme, you might also want to punish people by having wealth and having something for yourself, and kind of going like, no, I'm better. You know, so you might be choosing your wealth as a way to prove your value, and they are slightly different, or very different, in fact. So yeah, Venus here is interesting. She is here to help you raise your game. So you may well find you can raise your game by thinking, look how much money I'm earning, or look how much responsibility I've got. Look how, and Mars up here is quite helpful. You know, to me, it feels like there are people around that want to spend more on you, that recognize your contribution, that see you as a shining star, that actually value you. So I do think you're getting value or valued by the people around you. But here's the bit that's difficult, and this is on the Monday the Monday the 14th. Uranus in opposition to Venus it is difficult, because Uranus is showing where you want a break, where you want to cut free, break free from trauma. What I would say, because up here is about everyone else's values. So it's your partner's values, your partner's wealth, your partner's investments and stuff, and also your baggage and their baggage. It's not a free place. So Uranus has been coming through here. So you might find that, you know, your partner is in an extraordinary position. They might have very sort of unusual circumstances. And actually, with this opposition, you might be wanting to completely break free from your partner's influence or your partner's wealth or any baggage associated with other people. I would really urge you not to do that, purely because I think what you're learning right now is actually, rather than break down and break up, I think you're ready for a breakthrough. And I think this breakthrough, how it shows up is to grant you freedom to realize that your value and worth has nothing to do with money. It also has nothing to do with how other people appear to value you. How you are valuable and worthy has nothing to do with anyone else, nothing to do with money. It has to do with you. And I think this is what the breakthrough is. You know, there is a huge breakthrough available to you. And I guess the more resistant you are to seeing your true value, the more you might fight this breakthrough. Because it would be easier to break up with somebody. It would be easier to break down rather than face the truth that, you know, God didn't make a mistake, or life didn't make a mistake. You're here for a reason. You're meant to be here. You've earned your place here. On the 16th, there's a lovely trine between Neptune and Venus. Again, there's showing, I think, your intuition about your life, your intuition about what your like new ideas about how you might want to be can be quite soothing. I also think it's a time to meditate on what you do want, not what you don't want, but what you do want. So like the more you can let go of what is appearing to make you unhappy, and the more you can focus on what is absolutely bringing you joy, and absolutely what fills you up and makes you feel amazing, then, you know, use that as your reconnection. You know, meditate, prayer, whatever works for you. It's a very, I think, not solemn, but very spiritually a live day. Obviously every day is a spiritually alive day, but there's some real good mojo, good planetary energy. And then on the 17th, and the day of the full moon, Venus makes a sextile to Pluto, and there's this sort of transformational decision I think that you're making. I think about yourself and how you value yourself, and also about your home, where you might want to live, some kind of transformation. And then later on in that day, Venus moves into the sign of Sagittarius. What's really going on here is, I think, you're on a journey to belonging. It's not enough to realize you're worthy. Actually, what you're really working on is how you can belong, how you get that sense of belonging. And it might not be in the ways that you've thought that you need to belong. So there's a lot of different themes going on there. Venus is your ruling planet, so this is doubly strong for you. She's literally aspecting Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and also has got that existing one to Mars, and then changing signs. This is such a big week for you. So I really urge you not to take harsh, strong judgments. Like don't take strong actions. Give yourself a bit of a break, recognize you're under incredible stress, and know it will get better. Things are turning around. You're transforming for a reason, and that really is a return of beauty. So anyway, have a great week ahead. If I can be of any help, get in touch, and speak to you real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Scorpio. So this is your forecast for the week ahead, starting on Monday, the 14th of October, taking you right the way through to Sunday, the 20th of October. Now, if you're after a day-to-day forecast, I suggest you have a look at the earlier chapter called Day-to-Day Forecast, where I look at all of the planetary alignments and really talk through those, giving you a sense of what's what in the week ahead. Now, this particular reading is more about the two prominent themes for this week ahead. So the first one is, I think, the war of fears. Now, I said that quite purposefully because we are living in a world that I think is revealing how anxious we could be. There's so many unknowns right now that we could be afraid of the unknown. But there's also lots of astrology right now showing that we are going through a bit of an identity crisis as well. So it's not just about what's on the outside, but also what's going on the inside that's really showing up for us. And I think it's a fear-based paradigm that we're going through. It's unknown, and it's wanting to become known. Then the other big theme that I really see coming up is the return of beauty. Like Venus is absolutely beautifully aligned to many different planets in this week ahead, and she's changing signs too. She's in a very powerful position, and for you, she's really showing up in the parts of your chart to do with your body. She's been there a while. She's got a very special effect in this part of your chart. So I'm very excited about this one for you. And I should say for me as well, because I've got Scorpio rising. So let's have a look a little bit more closely. So before I really get going, I want to say that the 14th, which is Monday, and the 17th, which is Thursday, they are the 2 days that have got the tightest planetary patterns. These are the two that are absolutely kind of knocking us off our feet a little bit, or possibly overwhelming us. They are the days when it's really important to maintain a very strong mental attitude to make sure that you don't get swept up in propaganda, don't get swept up in things that might make you fearful, and be very vigilant with what's going on with your thinking. If you suddenly feel triggered, what thought were you having immediately before you felt triggered? Really be vigilant with yourself. So the war of fears, as I see it, is really showing up here. We've got the sun, we've got Chiron, and we've got Mars in a T-square all week, but they are exact on Monday the 14th. Now, it just so happens that, when we start this week on the 14th, the moon is going from the sign of Pisces and making her way through right to Gemini at the end of the week. But what's this here on the 17th? She makes a conjunction with Chiron, and she goes into the full moon position, which is when she's exactly opposite the sun. So not only do we have this particularly painful and irritating and frustrating and sometimes hurtful T-square going on, but we have the full moon activating it on the 17th and blowing it out of proportion. So that's the sort of real mechanics that I see going on there, and I'll explain that in a second. And you know, the return of beauty I really see with Venus. So Chiron has been going through this part of your chart for quite some time, and this is related to your health, like your physical health. It's also related to how you organize your life. You know, are you organized at home? Are you organized with your money? Have you done everything? Are you about to get caught out? Because Chiron here shows where you're vulnerable. And so there's a vulnerability about getting caught out, not having everything up to date, not doing everything to be a good little girl or a good little boy. You know, Chiron here is quite punishing if you're not paying good attention. So it is worth bearing in mind, you know, what have you been learning about looking after yourself better? What have you been learning about maintaining good health and good health practices to keep you in tip-top condition? Where have you been burning the candle at both ends? I also think Chiron in this part of the chart really shows us how unsuitable we are for a Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 kind of existence. So, you know, I mean, for me, I was born with it here. Like, I'm going through my Chiron return right now. But, you know, if I will get this sentence out in a sec. If you haven't been paying attention, you may well find that you've caused yourself some problems and made yourself a kind of victim of your life. You know, this is about learning how to cope with life, even if you don't necessarily accept the rules, or, you know, maybe you don't live on the same terms as everyone else. Maybe you have to define better terms for yourself and your life, because the normality of life isn't necessarily a good choice for you right now. And it might have been in the past, but right now it's not working so well. Now, the sun coming through this sign, through the sign of Libra, every year around this time, this is your time to go to sleep, actually. This is your time where you're usually needing a bit of a rest, where you're quite low energy and are wanting to, sleep, hibernate, have a little bit of time to yourself. You know, as the sun goes through here, you're really looking at your inner programming, and a lot of your what you might term faults or insecurities or bad points, self-sabotage and stuff. You get a lot clearer on these, but you need the time to absolutely work them out. You need a bit of privacy. So I see that over this last couple of weeks, you've been, if anything, practicing a little bit more privacy, keeping the outer world out there, and enjoying more of an inner world for yourself. This is also very much about your mental health and where you are. Do you feel particularly resourced right now? And if you're not, I really recommend that in this week ahead, you build yourself some resources quite quickly, because obviously if you go out of balance here with your mental health, and if you take a bit of a dive, you'll come out of the physical health balance. Or if you come out of your physical health balance, the chances are that will have a knock-on effect in terms of your mental health. So it's really important to get both of these healths really working well. So if you know that you're under-resourced, and if you know you've burnt the candle at both ends, find some way to nourish yourself, find some way to rest, find some way to recuperate. I really recommend the more you recuperate, the easier it will be to make better choices. Now, what I'm going to put to you, and I might sound a bit cheeky doing this, but I'm okay with that. What I want to put to you is that you might have these stories that are playing into this whole situation. So it's not a coincidence that you've just ended up here a little bit tired, needing a break, needing to have a sort of like mental tidy, and also needing to do some physical work in terms of your life. It's not an accident that you've come to this point. And most likely there are some stories playing into this. And so what I urge you to do, or suggest you do, is listen to yourself really clearly, you know, in terms of, in fact, I did this great session. I had a wonderful session with somebody who's offering a gift on the holistic giveaway tomorrow, who is a shaman. It's lovely Whitney Mullings, and she was putting me through a money shamanic practice, you know, and getting me to think about my money flows and my money beliefs. And it's funny, you know, you often think you know what you believe, but until you're sort of examined or really asked at great depth, you might overlook a lot of things. I found the whole process actually very beneficial. I realized that I had an idea as to what I believed, but actually when we got underneath it, my feelings are actually very different. It's actually helped me to know myself better and organize myself a bit better. And so what I think is going on here, you might find that you've got these beliefs about yourself that you have to do more, that you can burn the candle at both ends, that you work better when you are unstructured and don't have a routine. You might also have this belief that I don't know, that that it's cool to not be quite clear in your thinking, or that it's really normal to go into these moments of slight introversion. You know, whatever your beliefs are and wherever they've come from. And I'm not saying having moments of introversion is wrong, by the way, because I've loads of those. But just examine them. Just find out if your beliefs actually are true. Like a lot of the things you're saying about your life, your pace of life. Like for instance, I have this belief that I can't take my foot off the brake. My foot off the accelerator. Like I can't stop. You know, I mustn't stop. I've got to keep going because I need to do this. I need to do this. In fact, my husband keeps saying, need to do. That's, I literally am saying need to do all day long. He says, like, let's stop for a coffee. And I'll say, yeah, sure. Oh, actually, no, because I don't drink coffee anymore. But yeah, I'll have a cup of tea or a glass of water. Let's sit down. And then literally I say, okay, I can't stop too long because I need to do, you know, and the reality is this is burnout language. This is language that's going to burn me out. And, you know, what are your need to do's? What is your code word that you're using, or the phrase that you're saying all the time? What is the thing that is burning you out because you're not examining the truth of it? The truth is, actually, a lot of the things I think I need to do, I don't need to do at all. A lot of things drop off my list. A lot of things that I have as personal goals, when I really look at them, they're actually not that important. So absolutely, just see, have you been overloading yourself or not? Now, this could be difficult if this gets out of balance, because it affects your health and your mental health. But the challenge with Mars is coming from this place of adventure, this place of wanting to experience life. And actually, I don't see it as much of a difficulty. You know, the square here is, okay, you want to get your life sorted, and yet there is this adventure calling you. There is this feeling of, no, I need to do this. I need to go into the world, and I need to expand, and I need to learn more, and so on and so forth. So, you know, as tension goes, learning more about life or wanting to go on an adventure isn't such a tough call. What you might be wondering is, how do I fit it in? And, you know, you might be in your actual hibernation period, but also be feeling this call to action to be out there experiencing life, when really you just want to be resting. So that's a bit of a balancing act. What I would recommend is, while you're having your downtime and kind of replanning your life, actually, if you plan it with the idea of having more fun adventure time. So for instance, if you're having a bit of a slowdown because you've overdone it, think about it. What adventure would you plan into your life if you could? Write some goals down, write some description words of what that might mean to you, talk about your values around it, picture yourself doing the things and trying it out for size in your imagination. Get a real feel. Is it travel and adventure that you want? Or do you want to go back to college? Like, maybe you can't go back to college, but maybe you can go to night school, or maybe you can do an online course, or maybe, you know, there's all sorts of different ways that this can be expressed. But if you don't take the time and give yourself the luxury of being in your own space to work it out for yourself, it's going to be really difficult. And then you really will feel the pressure of this. Now, the return to beauty, for you right now, and the flow, I think, is absolutely based in understanding your body and understanding your image. And so let's go with the body first. So like right now, Venus is in the first house. This is all about the body, the physical functioning of the body. Venus coming through here, I think, can show resolution of things. It can bring grace and flow back into your life, like better flowing patterns. But if you've got a habit of laziness or indulgence, you may well get out of that flow quite quickly, because Venus also has a sweet tooth. So you might want to think clearly about, are you going to wrap your body up in sumptuousness, which is a Venus thing, or are you going to concern yourself with the healing and the repair of your body? There is still some of this phase left, and I think in this last week of Venus in Scorpio, it could be quite beneficial to heal your body more, and rather than taking in sweet treats, actually putting them in your mouth. Maybe you could wrap yourself in a beautiful blanket that feels nice, or that you could wear essential oils or a beautiful perfume. You could maybe buy yourself a brooch or a hair accessory. Do something that helps you feel luxurious and beautiful without necessarily taking in a sweet treat. You don't need the sweetness right now. Your body will thank you for allowing the repair and the healing flow to come in. So I think that's one of the things that you can do to bring the beauty back to yourself. I think it's caring for yourself, isn't it? It's self-care. Now, we often think that self-care is maybe numbing ourselves or sweetening ourselves up and creating those kinds of experiences, but maybe not. Maybe we overdo it, when in fact we could just give ourselves a nice experience. Now, Mars here is really showing that one of the things that is nourishing to your personality, and in particular healing, is learning and being in the fresh air. So the more you can go for a walk and get in the fresh air, the better. The more you can learn about your health, the better off you'll be. Now, Uranus here, which is exactly in this opposition on the 14th, that's Monday the 14th, is showing up as tension from unconventional people in your life. Maybe you've got somebody who's a bit disruptive at home. Maybe you've got somebody in your life who is a bit crazy and a little bit wild, and wanting to actually take you on these wild adventures. There isn't so much of a problem with this. What I would say is make sure you plan your wild time in, but also give yourself the nudge that it's important that you nourish yourself. So maybe if you have a wild partner, or a partner that's a little bit unconventional and a little bit wilder than usual, just say, look, this week I'm staying here, or I'm fine to come out with you on this day and this day, but actually the rest of the time I just want to nourish myself. I want to look after myself. The people in your life could be people who are also bringing you new opportunities, but bringing you a different kind of consciousness. So don't feel you have to hide away from them, but be open to the sort of the conscious, like the stream of channeled consciousness that comes from them, and also the fun and spontaneity of them. So I would say it's about getting the balance of that right. I absolutely think you can. Then we've also got this lovely Neptune trine to Venus, really showing the true power of your creativity. That's really coming in around the 16th and leading into the full moon. You might be feeling unboundaried in your creativity, and that could be a bit of a problem, but really just enjoy the fact that you've got these ideas. Every time you have a new idea, thank yourself, thank your unconscious mind, and recognize it's coming from a place of healing. I really truly believe that when we are healed, and when we are much more I think the more healed we are, the more we are in our natural pattern, in our natural state, in our natural environment. So the more uninspired you are, and the less you are creative, most likely you're out of the normal pattern of your like human design, so get into your design, get into the pattern that you're meant to be, and the creativity will flow. And so use that as a marker, like how on track am I right now? And then on the day of the full moon, I think you could feel very stressed in terms of your health and your mental health. You may well be quite tired. So plan as much rest around the time of the full moon as you can. But also notice that Pluto is making a lovely sextile. And of course, Pluto is, one of your ruling planets. Mars is the other one. They're beautifully aligned to Venus, by the way. Pluto is really showing you can make a difference in your local environment. And Mars is showing you that you can also take action in a bigger environment. If anything, like what is local and also what is far away, and of greater context, they're both feeding into you. You don't have to make a choice right now. It's not important. You don't have to choose, like, am I going to stick locally and just hang out with these friends, or am I going to go to college, or am I going to learn? Am I going to bring in new people into my life? Get the balance of both. So really, for me, as I'm looking at this, Scorpio, I think this is actually quite a good week ahead. I think you are coming into yourself and you're gaining confidence as to who you are. And if you can go into this Venus side, get into your health consciousness, get into that feeling of repair and renewal, this really difficult T-square will actually sort itself out. So there you go. I think this is a good week ahead. I think you will get clear on your self-sabotages and allow yourself to heal more. Like, really bring it in. You can do this. Have a great week ahead. I hope it is magnificent, and hopefully I'll catch up with you all soon. Bye for now. So Sagittarius, what's going on for you this week? So I'm talking about the week starting Monday, the 14th of October, taking you right the way through to Sunday, the 20th of October. Now, if you're looking for the day-to-day forecast, I suggest you check out the earlier chapter called Day-to-Day Forecast, where I literally look at the planetary picture each day and kind of talk you through how you might find the energy. In this part of your forecast, I want to focus on the two very different patterns that are showing up this week and how you might want to work with them. So one of them is this T-square here. So you've got the sun in Libra in opposition to Chiron in Aries. And then you've also got Mars in Cancer in a square to both of them. Now, what is significant about this pattern is at the start of the week, the moon is here in Pisces. And then on the 17th, just as the moon goes completely into opposition with the sun, you've got the full moon. And obviously the moon is in a conjunction with Chiron. So, effectively this T-square is felt a second time, like it's intensified doubly by the moon being involved in this. So this is a big pattern. And like T-squares create frustration, they create a feeling of irritation, like things aren't happening fast enough. But in particular, with the sun, there is your ego, the sense of how you best express your energies. And then Chiron here is all about what you're healing from, where you feel vulnerable and where you might need to heal yourself. So these two are at opposite sides of your chart. And then the moon is going to play into this too. Now, earlier this year, on the 8th of April, we had the total solar eclipse at 21 degrees in the sign of Aries. And we had the sun, the moon and Chiron all here. So this is really activating again. Chiron is at 21 degrees, I think, off the top of my head. And the sun and the moon in this opposition are going to be at 24 degrees, very, very similar. So I don't know what you've been working on about yourself, in particular in terms of what you're creative about in your life. It might be that you've got some kind of wound or insecurity and vulnerability about what you're creating. And this house is about feeling love and expressing love and intimacy, because they are a creation. So it does speak of your intimacy and relationships, like new relationships or your sensual relationship. It's also where you feel joy and express joy, like how can you make more joy for yourself? It's also your hobbies. and your creative hobbies, and also your children. If you've got children, they will show up here in the 5th. So having Chiron go through this part of your chart can show a long-term issue that comes up every now and again. You know, Chiron here is teaching you something about the nature of your creativity and what it means to you, but also possibly showing you where you're a bit insecure. You know, if you have children, are you insecure about them? Do you have some worries about them? Do you feel like they're a bit vulnerable, and that maybe they're vulnerable because you gave birth to them? You know, something you're taking blame for, and punishing yourself for. You know, like, these thoughts are very, very negative, aren't they? And very easy to do as a parent. But you might find that the things you're trying to create, you're talking yourself out of them a little bit, almost like you don't want to experience the full joy of it because you fear that actually you might have to be successful, or you fear that you might become so successful that then you could be judged, and judged as not being very good, and therefore lose much more confidence. So it's a bit of a struggle, that one. Now, the sun up here is really showing that right now there is a big pull to be collaborated with other people. Lots of people wanting to work with you, lots of people friending you up, lots of people maybe from the past connecting with you again. It's a fun and exciting time where it feels like the world is your oyster. There's nothing really holding you back. Loads and loads of opportunities. But again, this week with this T-square, and as T-squares go, this isn't a particularly... it doesn't necessarily have to be difficult. You know, we're talking about your creativity. Thankfully, we're not talking about things like your money and your home and things like that. You know, your creativity isn't necessarily life or death. But yeah, I think the tension here is there are lots of exciting things pulling you out. And there's relative safety in creating with other people, because your collective experience might go wrong, but you kind of share this collective failure. You know, you're not solely responsible when things don't go your way. But down here, if you're allowing your creativity and your passion to be examined, you might feel the full force of failure on your shoulders, and that could be really crushing. So some big things to consider. What's playing into this is old beliefs about yourself that are being activated by Mars right now. So Mars going through this point of the chart is probably bringing up a bit of, I don't want to say aggression, but possibly a need to be assertive within your family dynamic. It might feel like you've been a bit too kind, a bit too trusting, and maybe people have taken advantage of your good nature. It's probably bringing up some feeling of physical crisis, given that it's Mars we're talking about, and he's a very physical planet. And this is a place of shame, blame, guilt, and anger. So you might find that there's something maybe from the past that you're a bit insecure about, in terms of maybe not making the grade, not being kind of physically good enough or beautiful enough, or something like that. You know, like an old physical wound, something about your body and how other people are responding to your body, if that makes sense. So that could also be playing into your fear of failure and your preference to fail with others rather than fail on your own. But I mean, you could think about it the other way. You could succeed with others and also succeed on your own. You know, you're not destined to fail necessarily. In fact, you're really not. But what's coming up right now is your unconscious mind is looking for as many different excuses to stop you from being creative, and to stop you from putting yourself out there and opening yourself up to being vulnerable. But and you're completely free to do that. You don't have to make yourself vulnerable to succeed. You can be quite happy in your own right. But Chiron here is wanting you to do something with your creativity. So it's an interesting conundrum. Now, obviously, when the full moon comes in, that's going to energize that a little bit more. But how can you return to that feeling of beauty in yourself? How can you get back into that feeling of conscious confidence, like confidence that you can do it, and the confidence to try again, the confidence to be slow and gentle with yourself and to give yourself lots of time, the confidence to be patient with yourself. How can you do that? Well, this is where I think Mars is helpful. Mars is speaking to Venus. I mean, the Venus here is in a slightly interesting place. She's in the place of your unconscious mind. She is gently nudging you about everything you've ever thought about yourself and gently inviting you to be more intuitive, be more playful with your inner mind, be more imaginative, and to maybe draw things out or sound them out or write them out. Use your creativity to create a healing possibility. So here I see Mars and Venus working beautifully together. You could almost create a screenplay of your life, or get some plasticine from your local shop and make some little Play-Doh characters. You could start to act things out. I really see that you could be your own art therapist right now and to really start to heal that process for you. On the 14th, the opposition with Uranus is really, really strong. So there's this strong feeling that you need to cut away from your internal work and just focus on the external and make some big changes in your life and maybe at home. So you might be moving things around. And with that moving of things around, it's changing the consciousness in your home and in your life. So a bit of feng shui it comes to mind. And I think that is very, very useful. I actually see that as being very beneficial. What you need to be sure of is when you're moving things around and changing your possibilities and creating a sense of openness in your house and in your life, that you don't quash and squash the internal, imaginative, dreamy person that you also need to be right now. So how can you get the balance of that? Maybe put aside some time to dream, to vision quest, to go into your little creative moments. Give yourself some extra time. Something else that's helpful is Neptune in the 4th, connecting to Venus in the 12th. They're in such a beautiful alignment. To me, I think it's like you've been powered by all of your ancestors. It feels like you're tuned in to the essential nature and energy of your origins. So I think there's a lot of information that you're going to get here. And again, if you're out here making big changes in your life and stirring things up in your physical world, you won't give yourself the full time to wonder who you are and wander through your unconscious mind. The last thing, Pluto here in your second, connecting here, I think is really helpful. I think there are some ideas that can really transform who you are and transform that feeling of self-esteem. I think if you can do an internal process every day of this week, like gift yourself an internal process, a moment to drift and see what comes up. I really think you're going to come up with some transformational ideas that can create a change in your self-esteem, but also how you earn money, and get that money out and get your skills out into the real world. So this is big. And then on the 17th, I think we're in for a breakthrough, or you're in for a breakthrough. I know because I'm a Sagittarius sun. On the 17th, you've got the full moon really showing you it's time to make a choice about your creativity and how much you can do and what you're going to commit to, and maybe whether you're going to commit to some actions with other people. But on the 17th, after the full moon, Venus comes into the sign of Sagittarius, your own sign. So, Venus here is bringing the element of beauty. She's bringing the element of graceful consciousness into your body, into your real world. And I think this is particularly healing. So I'm going to leave that there, Sagittarius. I hope that was helpful for you. Have a fantastic week ahead and hopefully catch up with you real soon. Bye for now. Hey Capricorn, so this is a forecast taking you from Monday the 14th of October to Sunday the 20th of October. This is an interesting week for you. Possibly challenging. If you're wanting a day-by-day breakdown of the energies, then I suggest you look at the day-to-day forecast, which is earlier in this video. But this particular part of the forecast is really about your experiences as a Capricorn, in terms of fears and the construction of fears, the stories that you tell yourself to become fearful and anxious, and those things that are, you know, very formulaic, you know, like the stories that are always coming around and around and around, like your internal belief systems that are creating a fear state, versus how you can get back into your flow state, that state of grace, that state of beauty, that state of calm, peaceful empathy, where there's a beautiful flow. So these two patterns are happening in this week ahead. The first one here, this T-square from the Sun to Mars to Chiron, and later to the full moon on the 17th, the moon joins in and joins Chiron here. This T-square is challenging. They're in the cardinal signs, and of course, Capricorn is a cardinal sign. So the Sun is up here in the 10th house, really encouraging you to be out there and to share in the glory of all the great situations that you've created for yourself. You know, all of the attentions that you've given to your work are paying off. It feels like there are opportunities opening for you, a chance to rise up. It's a good time for you. You're finding possibly that there's a lot of people around you that are quite energetic, which could be quite helpful for you. It might be showing you how you can be more dynamic and do more. And then you've got Chiron right down here at the area of your family and your home. Chiron is the wounded healer. He's also, I think, how we let go of our vulnerabilities and master our vulnerabilities. So I think Chiron's an important character to work with. But in this fourth house and in this opposition to the Sun, to me, it's really indicating that you're feeling really torn between being at home and also celebrating yourself and work. Now, I did say some of this last week, actually, because the patterns were already starting to come in. But it feels like there's some healing to do at home. There's some healing to do in terms of how you live. There's some changes that need to occur. And I don't know if someone around you is suffering or finding things difficult, but there's something to explore there. And yet your career is just pulling you out of there. It's pulling you into a place where there is no suffering. And of course, you know, given the choice, where will you be? I think you would rather be up here, examining how brilliant you are and examining and exploring how you can rise up even more, because that's one of the big premises of being a Capricorn. You know, it's exciting being a Capricorn, like big business and doing well and having a good outside presence, I think, is really important. Status is important to the average Capricorn. So yeah, this is a feeling of discomfort, I would say, down here. And when the moon comes in this full moon, you may well find that a situation at home that you've been trying to hide or cover up or ignore gets more real. So what I would say is, right from word go in this week ahead, I think it's worth paying a bit of attention to the vulnerabilities that you have at home. I mean, it might be something as simple as going around your house and seeing if all your windows lock properly and that your fire alarm has fresh batteries in. I don't know if yours are connected to your electrics or not, or what your systems are where you work or where you live. It might be just checking your boundaries and checking that everything is okay. Maybe checking your insurance documents are up to date. To me, it feels like there's a real importance in getting everything right at home, so you cannot be hurt, you cannot be made vulnerable. And if there's something personal going on, to be able to deal with it. Now, the people in your life, I think, are a bit spikier than normal. They might be feeling quite jealous if you're away from home up here a lot. So watch out for that. Just be mindful of that and to understand what things help smooth that over. I don't think this is the first time they felt like that. So yeah, this is something that's ongoing all week. But what I'm really drawn to, one second. That's not beer, by the way. What you're really drawn to is where Venus is right now. Like Venus is in a strong position. So, Venus was connected to Saturn just last week. She was in a trine, and there was this grand trine between Venus, Mars, and Saturn, one of your ruling planet. This week, Saturn is kind of moving out of this trine. He's definitely disconnected from Venus and is disconnecting from Mars, but Mars and Venus are still ongoing. So the purpose of this, I think, was to rebalance and energize the communities around you, to get a sense of the usefulness and the sense of belonging, and how you can belong in your local environment, how you can connect with more direct people in your day-to-day existence, and also how you can make networks work well for yourself. In particular, with Venus up here, it's bringing lots of exciting people and lots of exciting opportunities to you. So how can we explore how you can bring more beauty in? So the first thing to explore, I think, is this opposition to Uranus, which is happening on the 14th. Like I said, the 14th and the 17th are the two big days where this pattern is really emphasized, and we're feeling quite tight with the stress and the strain of trying to manage home, your relationships, and your work. And on the 14th as well, there is an opposition. So Uranus down here, which makes you want to be really spontaneous with your creations, and to be really free and not to be controlled by anyone externally, is feeling a little bit peed off, because all these great opportunities coming in from all these networks mean you can't be quite as free as you would like to be. So this is something to work out for yourself. How far do you want to collaborate with other people before saying, okay, well, it has to stop here, because I still need to have my own voice. I still need to have my own joy. I still need to have my own passion for what I do. So that's something to work out for yourself. But then you've also got Neptune in a lovely trine with Venus. And Neptune is really showing you the spiritual side of the community. I think I said last week, the sides of the community that were really being emphasized were how you could connect more with traditional people and to feel a little bit more grounded and essential. But I really see that there are opportunities for you to connect with people that are slightly more open-minded, slightly more etheric, slightly more creative and design-based, and possibly musical as well. So you may well find there's support from people who are creative within your community. So there's lots of different sort of energies that are showing you how you want to create. Pluto in your first as well, in a sextile, is showing that when you're being creative with others, it's transforming the way you are. So maybe this is the learning right now, because Capricorn, God bless you, you like to be in charge. You like to be, if you're not like top of the tree, you're usually somewhere in middle management. You're on the way up. You're always on the way up. And so it's interesting, isn't it, when you're in a team, because it's very hard for you not to like find yourself in a position of responsibility. It's really hard for you to not get involved and to not want to do more and more and more. And I can see that would bring you a lot of joy and would really, really help and enhance your career. And yet there's this very strong need to also be independent as well. So I don't think that actually is an answer on how you balance this out. I think you need to balance this as you go and be moderate. Agree to some things where you are sharing the control with other people, knowing that you probably will get into a position where you do have much stronger levels of control. But then at the same time, keep some projects back for yourself where you really do have full authenticity. I think you need to keep the really fun and expressive and possibly narrative changing projects for yourself. You don't want to share those at the moment. Like in terms of what you're getting involved in, get involved in things that are moving an organization onto the next step. Nothing too earth-shattering. I think if you keep the earth-shattering things for yourself, they could prove to be very important later on down the line. On the day of the full moon, this is the day when, this is on the 17th, Thursday the 17th, but this is also the day when Venus is making this connection to Pluto in your first. To me, it feels like your desire to collaborate right now is signaling something really different about you that will create a change in your persona and how you're perceived. So don't take it too lightly what you're about to do and how you're likely to connect with others. It's a really important part of your progression. And it will be building a stronger skill set for yourself. Now, the last thing I want to share then is on the same day as the full moon, Venus will head into your 12th house and into the sign of Sagittarius. And then it's time to, I think, have a bit of a break. So you've got your creations set up in your head or in principle. You've got your agreements kind of loosely worded or maybe tightly worded. I don't know how you've done it, but to me, it feels like as you come to the 17th, it's time to rest. It's time to really give yourself a bit of TLC, put your feet up, dream a little bit, maybe focus back in on home. So to me, it feels like the first part of the week, and from the 14th to the 17th, is your time to be kind of fiddling around with these bigger tasks, these outward tasks, and then from the 17th to come more internal, be more available to the people around you and to really tune in and listen and to hear them. I think you are going to be going through a sort of upgrade in levels of your intuition and compassion and empathy. I think the more you're collaborating with others and also then being there for people at home, the more you are being put onto a slightly more people-focused lifestyle rather than more on process and business. I think this is a shift that is ready for you. And actually, it's going to be really beneficial, from November the 19th next month, when Pluto goes into the sign of Aquarius, finally, it feels like it's time to maybe loosen the grip that corporate world has on you. So I don't know if this is helpful at all in understanding the sort of the duality of the things that might be going on in terms of fears, your fear of not being enough at home and things going wrong at home and trying to get the balance right, but then also how to focus on how you can bring more beauty and flow and grace into your life. I do think there's a lot of opportunities there for you at the moment, Capricorn, and probably one of the biggest challenges is how do you manage to do it all in one day? I just really don't know. But thankfully you've got a week to sort this out and to wander through these energies. So have a great week ahead and hopefully catch up with you all soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Aquarius. So this is your forecast taking you from Monday, the 14th of October, right the way through to Sunday, the 20th of October. Now, if you're interested in more of the day-to-day forecast, like what to be doing on a particular day, then please do check out the day-to-day forecast earlier on in this video. It's a lot more nuts and bolts because in this part of the forecast, I really want to talk about the two big energies that are going on this week. And they are, first of all, to do with fears. I feel like there's a war on fears at the moment. It's almost like people are out there to create fear for us. And there are lots of situations triggering our own fear responses. So I think that's a really strong theme for this week ahead. And it's really showing up here with this T-square between the Sun, Chiron and Mars. And then later on the 17th, when we got the full moon, the moon will be here. So we'll have the Sun, the moon and Chiron and Mars. That's doubly big. So this is exact on the 14th, Monday the 14th, and then supersized on Thursday the 17th. It's pretty big. And then we've got the return of beauty, this feeling of a desire for the good life, that life is good, you know, that knowledge that life is good, that we can live an empowering life, a fulfilling life, a connected life, that we can feel the sense of grace and ease and joy in our life. And I really see that going on with Venus and her positions in this week ahead. You know, as we start this week, she's in a lovely trine with Mars. She has been for quite some time. And they're really stabilizing. They're really helping you to experience and express yourself through your career, through your output. Like, what is it you're gifting the world with in terms of your time, treasure, and talent? You know, there is something that you're putting out there. And, you know, right now, Venus is really trying to help you be seen more. You know, she's almost creating a bit of a glamour for you, you know, almost like you can't do anything wrong, which is lovely. We've also got this opposition between Uranus and Venus. We've also got a trine between Neptune and Venus on the 16th. And then on the 17th, on the day of the full moon, which is activating this, we've also got Pluto in an exact sextile to Venus. And then on the same day, Venus moves into the sign of Sagittarius. So for me, this is a week of two halves, with a very strong Venus beauty, return to grace kind of theme. And then a much stronger dynamic, really showing you where you are healing still. You know, like where there is a frustration, where there is possibly an incompetence or a feeling of incompetence, like that you lack the capability to be able to resolve something, and the frustration that comes from that. Now, the reason I talk about that is because this particular T-square is involving Chiron, and Chiron is known as a wounded healer. But, you know, I don't think he just shows you where you're wounded. I think he shows you where you're vulnerable, and where if you face your vulnerabilities, you can become a master of them. So I really think that Chiron, even though he might be showing us where we get ill or where we get vulnerable, he's showing us what we need to do to develop and to become bigger in ourselves, and to become more confident, and to be able to stand in the world as a master on something, and to be able to help other people with their own journeys. So, you know, this is quite an interesting scenario. Now, first of all, let's work on the fears. Let's work on the T-square that is persisting all week. Now, thankfully, I think these aren't in such difficult positions. You know, so this T-square, Chiron is in the third, which is absolutely about your community and your locality and your sense of belonging. So most likely what's really going on is this feeling of maybe not being good enough for the people around you, maybe feeling like you don't quite fit in. Maybe there's been a feeling of being bullied and not being understood, being misunderstood, in fact. And so there is this, you know, on the one hand, there is this feeling of possible pain and vulnerability coming from what is known, what is local, what feeds the usual narrative, and where you're living within the usual narrative. And then on the outside, where the sun is right now, there's this desire to get out, this desire to feel the pleasure of seeing the open highway, you know, to see that there is something bigger out there. There's something to learn. There's something to share. There's people to meet. There's different cultures to explore, different foods, different thoughts and spirituality, all sorts of different things. There's a much bigger context, you know, and at some level you are, I think, feeling the tension between wanting to stay local and known, and also feeling this massive call for adventure. Now, what is adding into this is Mars's position here in the 6th house, because like Mars is saying, look, actually, I don't want you messing around here and going out and socializing. And actually, we haven't got time for this, because actually what we need to do is sort out your life, sort out your finances, sort out your home, get a bit more fit. And, you know, Mars is really bringing a lot of attention to what you need to do on a day-to-day level. And so, you know, it's like, how do you manage all of these conflictions? How do you keep the Mars in you satisfied, whilst also thinking there's work to be done in your local community, and maybe feeling a bit down in the dumps sometimes, maybe feeling like there is a gap between you and your neighbours, or a gap between you and your local marketplace. It just doesn't feel quite right, almost like there is something going on from childhood. Maybe you remember being bullied, or remember not fitting in quite so easily, and it's playing out now. So the old belief systems that are represented by Chiron's position here are playing out again. You might want to cast your mind back to what was going on for you in early April. Around the 8th of April, we had the total solar eclipse, and at that time we had the sun and the moon and Chiron exactly at 21 degrees in the sign of Aries, not a million miles away from where this full moon's taking place. So there are similar themes to do with belonging, to do with knowing who you are and where you're from, and knowing this, like feeling that sense of belonging, like you embody the energy of the community, or embody the energy of where you are, like you are part of the flow, you're part of the narrative, you're part of the scene. So if you are feeling slightly insecure about how how things are, maybe you're seeing in your community right now that there's a breakdown, that people are breaking down and falling out with each other, that people aren't quite in the cohesion they had maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Maybe there is a different thing going on, and that's the thing that is difficult for you. And the desire is to get out and see something bigger. Now, far be it from me to pee on your chips or anything, but one thing I have noticed as an expat living in a different country to my country of origin is that anything that is left unrealized and unworked on and ignored when you leave one country and move somewhere else, it follows you. So there's a saying that my husband has on his migration show. First comes the luggage, then comes the baggage. So you use your luggage to move from A to B, and to move on and get that feeling of clearance from your past and from where you're from. And then you arrive, you've got your luggage, and you arrive in your beautiful new life, feeling great and feeling like you're ready for the adventure. But then comes the baggage. Your baggage catches up with you. Whoever you're happy to leave behind, you'll meet their version in your new country or in your new community. So, what is going on is part of a bigger picture. And if you can get to the root cause of why it is you don't quite feel good enough, or why it is you feel a little bit bullied or victimized, or maybe feel like everyone around you is breaking up. Maybe that's what you experienced as a child, that there was nothing you could do, and yet you could see that everyone was falling apart. That would be awful if that was your experience, and you're seeing it playing out in your community right now. So there are stories going on, and this is one of the main themes. And this is, one of the themes that is bringing up a sense of fear and the sort of anticipation of what might be happening. So it's worth being aware of that, especially on the 14th and especially on the 17th, the day of the full moon. Now, where Venus is bringing you beauty, this is where I'd really like to focus, because at the start I did say that Mars was like your ability to work through your patterns right now is assisting you in terms of your career, assisting you. Like Venus is there to, I think, show you to more people. Venus is there to help you be seen in the right light, and bringing new opportunities. Not only are more people seeing you, but the way your product or your service is being seen is seen more favorably. It's quite possibly also leading to an increase in sales. Now, what I really like about this is the trine with Neptune as well. To me, this is saying that there is something almost mystical going on, like you're magical, like you're bringing in, and I think it's your intuition. The more you're bringing in your natural sense of intuition and quirkiness, which is very much an Aquarian thing, maybe less intuitive, more quirky, more forward thinking, more unconventional, more wild. It's almost like as you are bringing in that element of you that is you, not you light. It's like you full fat, like full fat, like full sugar Coke, not Coke light or Coke zero. The more you're bringing the full quirkiness, the full spectrum of who you are in, and valuing your self-esteem, like really valuing yourself and realizing that actually the way you are is how you're meant to be. And when you are like the way you're meant to be, you'll do much better. To me, that's really adding into your career right now. It's really, really helpful. Now, obviously, Uranus is one of your ruling planets, and I do want to focus on him rather than Saturn. Saturn's got a bit of a mention in the last couple of weeks, but Uranus goes into, or Venus goes into an opposition with Uranus. Now, this is quite strong. So Uranus at home, I think, is really indicating, and Uranus has been here for quite some time, is that there is a shift going on in the consciousness of home. Now, is this because you've outgrown your home, you've outgrown your partner, you've outgrown your family? Are your family about to leave home? Is there somebody growing too big for the family? Is your home in your neighborhood not feeling quite so safe anymore? It's all things to do with your home and your family, and also the underlying core beliefs about yourself, which develop in childhood and develop at home. So there's a real sort of feeling of home. And if it's not your actual home, is it to do with your actual family? Maybe not the family that you're involved in right now, but your birth family. Are there these changes going on? Because Uranus is showing the disruption coming from at home, and Uranus has been here for quite some time. It's been here, I think, since 2018. Is it? Maybe more, maybe less. I can't exactly remember. But Uranus has been gracing this part of your chart, and it's a difficult one when Uranus goes through here. There's a kind of restless energy, but it is about consciousness. It is changing the way you are. So it's bringing up a sort of independence, this feeling of maybe home can be more independent. Maybe I need to go on the move to do my work, or maybe I need to move because of my work, or it's bringing up a lot of restlessness, and in opposition to Venus, which is absolutely wanting to be loyal and true and focused on the career. You might find that there is this kind of mismatch of energies. So you might find that you're feeling quite determined to stay where you are and to do well and to plow lots of great energy in. And yet underneath it all, there is this feeling of a move, a need for space, a need to get clearer and less funky and less stable. Like almost like you'll feel safer if you're not so safe. You'll feel safer if you're following your independent spirit rather than following a 9-to-5 existence. So there is something destabilizing going on at the same time as your quest for beauty. But I would say your quest for beauty, or the quest for a peaceful life, is actually the stronger impulse, even though this is your ruling planet. Mars supporting Venus, Neptune supporting Venus, and then finally Pluto supporting Venus is really showing that you have these internal resources that are much stronger than you'd ever realized before. Now, on the day of the full moon, we are Venus is actually moving from Scorpio into the sign of Sagittarius. And to me, that's showing how your career is going to develop and how your outer focus in terms of your work is likely to develop. I see that over the next month, there's going to be a higher level of collaboration, a higher level of, being a stakeholder, having stakeholders, keeping people happy, working in collaboration with people. To me, it feels like your ongoing success has a really strong element of exploration, which is, I think, what Uranus down here is wanting to experience, and also the sun up here is wanting to experience. But there is a sense of wanting to connect to more people and from a further distance. So it might just be that in this week ahead, as frustrating though it might be, is, you know, in the stagnancy of, you know, do I stay local? Do I go big? Do I go wide? And then seeing how Uranus is affecting the home, and then see that, you know, it feels like you could do more if you were further afield. It might be that you're thinking differently in terms of the home and work balance. But I don't know. What I would say is prepare for change. Get ready for change. And anywhere where your insecurity about feeling belonging is playing up and impacting your life, I really also advise that you pay some attention to it, because that could be the thing that always keeps you tethered at home and not fully enjoying the opportunities as they're coming up. So it's worth bearing that in mind. Anyway, I wish you a beautiful week ahead, full of, you know, the vision of joy and growth and direction, and moving away from fears and upsets and stressful points. So anyway, have a great week, and hopefully I'll catch up with you real soon. Lots of love. Bye for now. Hey there, Pisces. This is your forecast for the week ahead, starting Monday, the 14th of October, taking you right the way through to Sunday, the 20th of October. Now, I've recorded a day-to-day forecast, and it's right at the beginning of this video, which you might find useful if you want all of the days kind of paced out and described in some detail. What I really wanted to focus on in this part of the forecast about you, the energy of Pisces, is the duality that's going on in this week ahead. You know, we've got this very frustrating and irritating T-square, which could be bringing up a lot of wounding, and I would say about your value in life, your worth, your deservability, your receivership. Like, are you open to receiving things? How you earn money, and that is offset by the expectations of people around you, what you think people think of you, and how that all works together. So there's this pretty tricky T-square that's going to challenge you. It's challenging most of us. And I say that quite markedly because I've got my moon in Pisces. So I definitely relate to the Pisces archetype. You know, this Chiron energy, you know, in opposition to the sun, and both of them in a square to Mars, is challenging our sense of self. Like the sun is about how we express ourselves and how we move forwards, how we shine our light. You know, I think there's something of our purpose wrapped up in there. And yet the opposition to Chiron is almost reminding us of the person we've left behind and maybe we don't want to see anymore. The person that we've tried to bury and forget about. And yet in this week ahead, you know, this person that we've tried to forget about, or this wound from the past about how valuable we are, how necessary we are in this world, it's, I think, bringing up a lot of stuff. It's bringing up a lot of, I think, internal fear that you might realize that you really aren't enough. And what would happen if you actually realize that? And so most people don't look, because if they look, they might think, oh, actually, I am really rubbish. Rather than realizing that, actually facing yourself and actually thinking, oh my God, I'm flipping wonderful. Look what I've coped with. Look what I've done in this lifetime. So it's funny when we don't look at our values, when we don't look at what we've created, when we don't look at the light that we've brought people, we deny ourselves that opportunity to celebrate ourselves. You know, so if you're not looking because you don't want to be made wrong, or you don't want to, like if you're denying yourself a review at work, if you're trying to like get out of a 360 review or something, or you're worried, you know, because your performance is being assessed, you know, in the worry that it could go really badly for you, you're stopping the possibility that you might get praise, that you might get a sense of like something new to learn, you know. So it's interesting, Chiron here. It can bring out our weakness in ourselves. It's quite painful in this part of the chart because, you know, this is about our self-esteem. Do we feel like we're enough? I mean, that is Chiron right here. Are we enough? And the chances are, you know, with Chiron going through this part of our chart, we've been doubting ourselves quite a bit. You know, and that's quite difficult because Mars here is just wanting to enjoy himself and bring you greater levels of pleasure and love and connection and intimacy, and for you to feast yourselves on feast yourself on what you do really well, like your hobbies, your creative pursuits and things like that. And then the sun up here is also in quite a psychological place. The sun here is also examining values, and also hearing from people around you. You know, so for instance, you know, anything that is going through this part of your chart is connecting into your family karma. I think the family jewels, I like to think of them as, you know, it's that place of transformation, and also that place of shared values, shared money, shared inheritances, you know, your partner's money, your partner's personal issues, your family's personal issues, and all of their hang-ups. And then all of the things that you think they think about you that might not actually be true. And you might be living up to their expectations that, again, they've never even agreed to. They've never actually said that to you, but you've interpreted it along the way. So right now, you know, with Chiron here, kind of giving you lots of opportunities to think differently about yourself and to see how deserving you are. And then at the other end of the chart, there is the sun that's just reminding you of all of the insecurities and the baggage that you've got with your family and your close, like your close relatives or friends or lovers. So this is very, very deep indeed. And I think it really strikes at the core of you deserving to be here. Like, do you deserve this life? And yes, I would say if you're here, what is what's best, I think. So you're meant to be here. And it's worth being aware that this T-square is likely to bring up some deep issues. And, you know, like one of your, like one easy way around this would be just to go out and party and to hang out and have fun and be creative and just really, really enjoy yourself. And yet, when you're doing that, it's almost like you're still judging yourself. Oh, look at her having fun, or look at him having fun, not paying attention to money, not paying attention to this. And it's almost like there is this kind of like weird, like boundedness of judgments that you've got all these different beliefs that are coming up for review right now, and you realize that you can't really find any position right now that you would actually be comfortable in because of other older judgments that you believe for yourself or you believe other people are judging you on. So, you know, I actually think this is leading you to a breakthrough, because it can only get so bad before you start to, you know, I honestly think that sometimes, you know, like when I've been most resistant to change in my life, I've needed to be almost bashed over the head, you know, by life. Like life has been sending me little signs, and I've kind of been ignoring them, thinking, oh no, I'm not ready to face that yet. I can't face that. It's too big. And then all of a sudden a blooming great brick comes and smacks me in the head. Not like, you know, literally, but it feels like life then gives me harder and harder things to learn, to eventually find out that actually this is about me listening to myself, seeing that I'm valuable, seeing I'm meant to be here, and trusting that, you know, like it, to me, it feels like life is giving you like lessons right now, giving us lessons right now, the core lessons, so that we utterly feel it, you know, and I think there is this like element of breakdown to break through. I'm not saying you have to break down, you know, if you can avoid that, definitely avoid it. But, you know, sometimes we absolutely need to be kind of shocked so that we can finally really hear what's going on, not with our judgment ear hearing all the time, but when we actually listen with our heart. And this is where I'm getting to, is if you could listen to your heart all the time, you would absolutely know your value. You'd know that you're here, you're meant to be here. But actually, most of the time, when you think you're listening to your heart, you're actually listening to fear. You're actually listening to your fears of not being good enough, of not being beautiful enough, not being strong enough, not being sociable enough, not being likable enough, and all these other things. And so we listen to our fear rather than listening to our heart and our courage and our intuitive knowing. And it's blindsiding us. So this is a theme. If you're aware of some of these themes showing up in your chart, get a pad and a pen and sit down and do some reflective work, or speak to somebody maybe that's not related to you, somebody that you trust, somebody that, you can describe what's going on and they say, okay, this is what I'm hearing. And you can hear your own words reflected back to yourself. I think that's sometimes the most valuable of exercises. I was very lucky and fortunate enough to work with Whitney Mullings, who I've worked with a few times before. She's great. She's a shaman. And we were talking about money codes and activating wealth. And she was helping me examine my attitudes and beliefs towards money and deservability. And I have to say, it was uncomfortable in places. And yet I realized that my core beliefs about money actually aren't my true beliefs about money. And with a little bit of digging, right digging, like the helpful digging, I got to some really good stuff, she helped me get to some really good stuff where I could see what I was really saying to myself. And from that level of clarity, you can move forwards again. It really helps you to know the next right action to take. So yeah, be aware of this and do whatever you can to get underneath it, to observe it, not to take it personally, not to see, oh, it's this again, of course, right, because this is all I deserve. No, look beyond it. So what I want to do now is look at the other side of this, which is the return of beauty and how we might be activating a level of warmth and grace and flow in our lives and love and a sense of possibility and connection, because we all need connection right now, I think. So the first thing I think that's really evident this week, as this is coming in its fullest, we've got this opposition between Uranus and Venus up here. So Venus is really trying to coax you out and into the spiritual world. Venus is trying to show you that the more you connect to your spiritual life and the more you connect to magnitude and awakening and an expansion, the more you're expanded, the more space you're creating for love, the more space you're creating for freedom and knowledge and clarity. She's showing you that like the true beauty of your life right now is really needed to be expanded out of what you know to be true. Because actually what you know to be true is where all of your old belief systems about being a victim, not being good enough, and all of that reside. They're all residing in the normal narrative that you've been living your life by. And this is where Uranus is right now. Funnily enough, although this is an opposition and that usually creates a sense of tension and friction, I see this as being very liberating. Uranus is asking you to break up with your community or break up with the normality that comes with community living, or living in your locality. It's asking you to be different within your community. It's asking you to recognize the other people in your community that are a little bit different, that have a different viewpoint. It's asking you to find the fun people and the less judgmental people, and also to connect into those people that are going to value you. So if anything, you're leaning against an open door this week, Pisces. Neptune here is helping you find maybe not a closure, but some excitement within your community so that you can grow beyond it, and not be tied down to the narrative of it, and therefore be tied into your own belief systems about yourself, which are tied into the narrative. It's encouraging you to be outside of it and to look beyond it. So this is really helpful, a helpful start to the week ahead. We've got this existing connection between Mars and Venus. really showing you that the more you create your life in a passionate way and follow what creates bliss for yourself, and also follow intimacy. This is very intimate. This is really nice. Having Mars going through this part can really signify an intensity in lovemaking or snogging. Like the whole, I don't know if everyone calls snogging, like kissing passionately. You know, the whole idea of connecting and kind of like birthing this new reality. Like when you kiss, when you're intimate, there is this new possibility, this feeling of a release. And it's creative and it's very cool. So yes, there are possibilities to feel expanded physically, and also to be on an adventure. So really don't rule out the idea of an adventure. If you can fit an adventure in between now and Christmas, like this week would be perfect. We've also got this lovely connection between Neptune and Venus, which is a lovely trine, really showing that the more soulful you are, the more connected you are into your spirituality, the easier your life is going to get. You know, you've been trying to fit yourself into a box, and of course that box is too small for you. You don't need a box. In fact, fish swim in the ocean and they're free to come and go. You're looking for a lot more freedom and a lot more depth, variety, depth of field. You're looking for some options and some new weeds to weave in and out of, you know? So you are needing more of a spiritual life, I think. Like to really hear the call of your intuition and to really tune in. So again, you know, Venus is beautifully aligning to create that. You know, and in the sign of Scorpio, she's showing you this passionate new start, this sense of a passionate awakening. Now, on the day of the full moon, when this pattern to do with our fears comes up, and you may well find that, you know, how you feel deserving of life comes, you know, into sharp focus. On the same day, Pluto is connecting beautifully to Venus and really showing you that there are also friends that want to help you activate that sense of adventure. And enjoy that sense of learning and wanting something bigger than the context that you're living in. Now, interestingly, on that day, Venus then moves into the sign of Sagittarius. Now, I see this as being really helpful, you know, so at the beginning of the week, there's this like creative energy, this energy desiring expansion, this energy desiring greater context, greater adventure, greater fun, greater knowledge, greater spirituality. And then Venus is moving into the 10th house. To me, it's creating a new way of relating to the world, you know, that you're not stuck in these formulaic patterns of relating to others. You're coming into this new way of relating and you're bringing it with you. You're bringing it into your world. You're bringing it into your career. You're bringing it into your life, this new attitude. So I think this is beneficial. And when Venus is coming up here in the sign of Sagittarius, this is always marking a time when things start to go much better at work, and that you stand as a much more clear and compassionate and kind person in your life. So this is all working in the right direction for you. Absolutely, Pisces. So there you go. I hope that was helpful for you in understanding some of the energies in this week ahead. And if I can be of any further help, then just give me a shout. So there you go. There were my thoughts about the week ahead. I probably went a lot deeper than I was expecting at the start. But as I go into it, I just I feel kind of like curious about the stories that might be coming up for people, and curious as to how you might find a release, a sense of release and a sense of knowing, and get some freedom from it. So that's what I'm all here for. So there you go. I hope that was helpful. If I can be of any help to you, just get in touch. All of my details are below. I would love to work with you at some point in the future if that's what you'd like. So just invite me to work with you and we can take it from there. But anyway, have a great week ahead. Stay in the possibility of love. I really do think there are factions and people and media outlets and all sorts. There's so many people really wanting to bring you into a dark place. And yet actually what I really see is going on right now is we're moving into a place of distinction. You know, we are making choices right now, clear choices. Are we attached to the past, and are we attached to are we attached to our stories, or are we ready to let go of our stories and thrive in a new way? You know, I really think we are moving into a new world right now. We are creating a new world for ourselves and each other. So there you go. Stay light and lovely, and I'll catch up with you real soon. Bye for now.